Southern Nazarene comes into tonight's game after losing a close game to Oklahoma Baptist on Monday, but tonight they got the Southeastern Savage Storm right here on SNUathletics.com.
Ball flips it over to Starkey for the slam. He's going to step up in the pocket, looking to throw. He's got a man! Alvin Coleman Jr. Jeff Harris gets some contact there, going deep left. It's going. And that ball is history. Shot clock down to 10. They're looking for the alley-oop, but Waylon Newton.
Yeah, with the shot. And
oh, what a goal! Swung on, hit hard. Sam Smith going back. It's out of here.
Don't pull! Get him!
Berlin set Bowie. It's down for the kill. Courtney Bowie. Abby Boyd going to take a three. Yes, sir. Robinson finds Disney. Disney inside the box at the top. Goal! It's over! The Crimson Storm have won!
Welcome to the Sawyer Center tonight, ladies and gentlemen, for today's great game between the Southeastern Oklahoma State Savage Storm and your Southern Nazarene University Crimson Storm. I'm John Hale alongside my partner in the booth, Tanner Stiles. Tanner, how you doing tonight?
Oh, I'm doing good. You know, it's late in the season now, here in the middle of February, so conference games are winding down, and we're going to enter March and what we call a season of March Madness. It's upon us already. Can't believe it.
Well, it's great to have you back in the booth. I missed you up here. The Bison outscored the Crimson Storm on Monday 30-19 in the second quarter, which proved to be the difference as Oklahoma Baptist came away with an 83-79 win. Abby Boyd and Adrian Berry combined for 46 points, and they made all 7 of the Crimson Storm's three-pointers. Talk about tonight's opponent, though, Tanner.
Yeah, John, tonight the Crimson Storm, they face off against Southeastern Oklahoma State, and they will look to avoid a season sweep from the Savage Storm. And the first matchup earlier in the season, neither team shot the ball well, as both teams shot 33% from the field. SNU outscored the Savage Storm in the paint 28-16, had more points off turnovers, 12-6, and had more second chance points, 12-8. Still couldn't find a way to win as they fell to the Savage Storm 65-58 in a closely contested game. Southeastern Oklahoma State leads the all-time series 20-14 and currently has a 5-game winning streak against the Crimson Storm. So they come into the Sawyer Center on a high note, and they'll be looking to make this 6 in a row as head coach Derek Doris will once again have his hands full here inside the Sawyer Center.
Well, the Crimson Storm entered tonight's game ranked second in the conference in scoring offense with 76 points per game. Harding is the only team that scores more points with 79.5. The SNU offense could be tested tonight as they face a Savage Storm defense that holds their opponents to 37% shooting from the field, which ranks third in the GAC in field goal percentage. Southeastern Oklahoma State also does a good job defending the three-point line, holding their opponents to 28.2%. Savage Storm, however, do struggle to take care of the basketball as they have a negative 1.27 turnover margin. So the woman of the hour, the woman that we always go right to when we talk about key players for the Crimson Storm is Abby Boyd.
Yeah, John, Abby Boyd comes into today's game ranked 4th in the GAC in scoring at just under 15 points a game at 14.5. And after a 23-point performance Monday night against Oklahoma Baptist, she has now scored 15 points or more in 11 of the 21 games this season. SNU is 8-10 all-time against the Savage Storm at home. So, John, I look for Abby Boyd. Now, this will be her third to last game here inside the Sawyer Center before next week. The end of next week will be her last 2 games here in the Sawyer Center. So I expect her to have a very good final 3 games here, making sure she goes out with a bang. We'll see if she can get it done tonight.
Sort of an odd feeling, the fact that we're seeing the end of Abby Boyd's career slowly creep up upon us. So we'll keep it right here. We'll go over the GAC standings. Harding leads the way. Only lost 1 game in the regular season. The GAC with a 17-1 record. Behind them, they're a solid 3 games ahead of Arkansas Tech with a 14-4 record. Behind them is the Savage Storm, SNU's opponent for today, and behind them is the SWOSU Bulldogs, which the SNU Crimson Storm actually upset inside the Sawyer Center not too long ago. and they'll take a trip down to Weatherford before too long as well. SNU's main competitor for seeding in the GAC tournament is East Central. The East Central Tigers hold a 9-9 record, and Southern Nazarene has an 8-9 record, so only a half game ahead of the Crimson Storm or the Tigers. So we'll be watching those two teams very closely as we come down the stretch. Arkansas Monticello is behind the Crimson Storm. The Cotton Blossoms are 8-10 on the year, and they are tied with Henderson State with a record of the same. Ouachita is behind them with 7-11 record. Northwestern Oklahoma State with a 6-12 record, and bringing up the rear is the ineligible for the tournament Oklahoma Baptist. And down there, scraping the bottom of the barrel of the GAC is Southern Arkansas, and that will be one of the final 2 home games for the year for the Crimson Storm. And so, Tanner, it's starting to get competitive now as we come towards the end.
Yeah, John, I was actually talking to David Nalba before we came on the air about SNU. They currently sit in that 7th spot right now in the GAC standings, and you look at the 8, 9, and 10 spots right there with Monticello, Henderson State, and Ouachita Baptist all within a game or a game and a half of each other there. So I think the Crimson Storm, this will be a big game for them. If they can come out and get a win tonight, and then they'll have Southern Arkansas next week, so hopefully, that'll be another victory for the Crimson Storm. But I mean, they're going to have to win a couple more games here at the tail end of this season if they are hoping to make the GAC tournament. I think they will. I think they'll come out ready to play. Head coach Derek Doros always he's aware of the situation as well. So I think he'll have his girls ready to go, and I'm looking forward to tonight's game as well as the ones coming up next week.
Well, you're right, Tanner. I mean, tonight you're saying it's a big game, but the very next game on the schedule, this upcoming Saturday, the Crimson Storm will take a trip to Ada and take on the Tigers, who they are battling with to stay in the contention for a seeding in the GAC tournament. A lot in the balance here tonight as the Crimson Storm take on the Savage Storm inside the Sawyer Center. We'll come back with the starting lineups and tip-off here on SNUathletics.com. Welcome back to SNUathletics.com. Right now we're going to go over the starting lineups for you. First for the Southeastern Savage Storm, starting at number 5. She's a 5'5" guard, senior out of Walters, Oklahoma, Olivia Potter. At a 5'6" guard, junior out of Sherman, Texas, number 13, Shalisa Hunter. At number, at 5'7" guard, senior out of Crum, Texas, number 23, Rachel Wallace. A 5'10" guard, sophomore out of Melissa, Texas, number 24, Katie Webb. And the 6'6" center, junior from Tyler, Texas, Emim David. And now, ladies and gentlemen, your Southern Nazarene University Crimson Storm starting lineup. Starting at guard, a 5'5" senior out of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, number 5, Abby Boyd. Starting at guard, a 5'11" sophomore out of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, number 10, Adrian Berry. Starting at guard, a 5'7" senior out of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, number 23, Danielle Gaddis. At guard, a 5'6" junior out of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, number 24, Sydney Carolina. And finally, at the forward position, a 6'1" sophomore out of Goddard, Kansas, number 42, Rachel Dorneman. The head coach of the Crimson Storm in his 5th season and a Southern Nazarene University alum, Derek Doris. Coaching the Southeastern Savage Storm. The head coach for the Savage Storm is Darren Grover. Darren Grover. We're just about set to go inside the Sawyer Center. Tanner, what's your opening keys of the game?
Well, I think we go over it pretty much before every game, John. It's the SNU's ability to take care of the ball. I mean, I've seen it in my 3 years of broadcasting. When SNU takes care of the ball on the offensive side, they typically have a good chance to win. That's usually a recipe for success if you're able to take care of the ball. So we'll see if they can come out and knock down some early shots that'll get them going on the offensive side and maybe force some turnovers on the defensive side. It'll be interesting to see. Abby Boyd, we talked about in the pregame how well she's been playing over the last few stretches of games. So we'll see if she can get it going early.
Well, we're ready to go inside the Sawyer Center, and already you can see a significant size difference between the Crimson Storm and the Savage Storm, as Rachel Dorneman easily wins the opening tip, and we are off and running inside the Sawyer Center. And already there's a turnover, as you were saying, Tanner. SNU's got to limit those.
Yeah, just an errant pass there. And sometimes, you just can't avoid those. We'll see if they can clean it up.
So bringing it down for the Savage Storm, ready to go. And starting out, and already is going to be a floater. It's rebounded by Boyd off the miss. And Boyd's going to try and bring it up all by her lonesome. Bringing it back. Finds Carolina. He will set up another offense. Gaddis trying to work. Finds Adrian Berry. Back out to Carolina, who's going to drive in, and she is so good inside the lane, but not that time. Can't quite find the touch. It's going to be Hunter bringing it up. Now, Savage Storm trying to look inside to David. Nothing doing as she's caught in the corner, and David's going to find a way to get it back. Now a pull-up three, no good. Rebounded by David, and she's going to put it up and in for an and one, and a heads-up athletic play to get the rebound.
Yeah, David comes in as the Savage Storm leading rebounder, one of them averaging 7 rebounds a game, so she gets an early one there and gets a bucket to go.
So for the first free throw attempt of the game by either team, it's going to be Emim David. And there's going to be a lane violation as Danielle Gaddis trying so hard to keep her balance. David misses the first, but she'll get another shot. And David's going to put it in, so second chance free throw will go in for the Savage Storm, and they have a 3-0 lead. Now Carolina trying to go to work, back to Gaddis, who pulls up right for a mid-range jumper and puts it in with a nice touch.
Yeah, Danielle Gaddis, just a gritty player. We've seen it in her time here at SNU, able to get on the board early.
So back to the Savage Storm, trying to look inside, and as I was saying, I mean, the size difference clearly an issue. But David is all by herself. She's going to draw the second and one of the game. Putting the team on her back, getting those second chance buckets.
That's just a tough finish there for David. Able to control herself there as we see Dorneman already picking up a foul, and here comes Candace Freeman in to get Dorneman.
Candace Freeman, she's a 6-foot sophomore out of Prosper, Texas. So David is good on both and one attempts, putting up all 6 points already for the Savage Storm. Adrian Berry. Gaddis will pull up again. She's got it. Now we got 2 players with all their team's points. Danielle Gaddis with 4 already.
Gaddis comes in averaging just about 7 points a game, including 7 rebounds a game. Just a great player for SNU.
With some great post moves. It's blocked by Berry. That was number 23 of the Savage Storm, Rachel Wallace. Trying to get the better of the Crimson Storm and nothing doing. It's going to be a pull up in the lane, no good, rebounded by Freeman. Now Carolina will set the offense up over to Gaddis. She'll find Carolina again. And she is so good with that left hand when she gets free, but Gaddis going to pull up for 3, no good. Rebounded by number 24, Katie Webb.
Yeah, Gaddis doesn't take too many three-pointers, John. That was just her 14th on the season. She's 3 of 14 on the year.
Looking inside to David.
If open, you got to take it.
Freeman working against David. Holds her ground. Back over to David. That's going to go off David, and Candace Freeman finally finds a way to put an end to David's streak.
Already a couple of turnovers for Southeastern, including SNU's early one here.
So Boyd trying to work. Back over to Berry. There's going to be an offensive foul. That one's going to go up against Berry. Trying to throw that elbow to get some space. Got a little bit too pushy. So working it back is Southeastern. David working out. Now trying to work inside. Back to David. Back outside for 3. Long rebound by David. Going up against Freeman now. And Webb trying everything in her power to keep it alive, which she does. And now they're running into some more tough defense by the Crimson Storm. Inside the lane. Now pull up 3. She's got it. That's number 13, Hunter.
Yeah, already 3 offensive rebounds here for Southeastern, John, in just the first 4 minutes of the game. And so as you see, that's where they've gotten all of their points so far.
Bad pass to Carolina. She's able to corral it. 3 fouls already for the Crimson Storm. They're going to have to watch that moving forward. Shot clock under 7. Pull up 3 by Adrian Berry. Can't quite get it. And that one's going to stay right here with the Crimson Storm as it goes off David, trying to get that tough rebound.
Interesting to see on this inbounds play. They usually try to free up Abby Boyd on these inbounds plays to get her a good look. She's yet to take a field goal attempt so far. We'll see if they can get her going.
And that's what they're going to try and do, but she's not going to get too free. As she's going to take a step back, look outside for Carolina. Now Carolina trying to work, finds Gaddis. Gaddis gets the and one. Once again, all 6 of SNU's points coming at the hands of Danielle Gaddis, could possibly be 7.
Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned, she comes in averaging just 7 points a game, but, she has those games, John, where one game she'll come out and she'll score 14, 16 points. Another game where she'll come out and just have, 2 or 4 points. But she impacts the game in so many ways as she converts that free throw. I mean, she averages 7 rebounds a game, and I believe 2 or 3 assists a game as well. I mean, she's just one of those players that you really love if you're head coach Derek Doris.
Well, the ball is tied up, this time by Sydney Carolina, but it'll stay over here with the Savage Storm, and it'll switch the possession arrow. Bring it back up as Webb. Try to look inside, and it's going to get the kicked ball on Gaddis. These basketball players try to do a little bit too much and stick out their foot. Now David's going to bring it out. And Abby Boyd is all over the Savage Storm player, Potter. Actually the leading scorer for the Savage Storm. They're going to pull up for a long three, no good. Shot clock violation as the clock was ticking away.
That's just a great defensive possession there for the Crimson Storm. You mentioned Abby Boyd guarding Potter. Potter comes in averaging 13 points a game. Boyd doing all she can to make it difficult for her.
Trying to move inside, and Gaddis going to draw the charge. She tried to do a little bit too much going inside the lane. That's number 23, Rachel Wallace, who will draw the foul, and that'll bring us to immediate timeout. And we'll step aside here on SNUathletics.com. Crimson Storm down by 2. Welcome back to SNUathletics.com. Savage Storm leading by 2 over the Crimson Storm. And Abby Boyd is all over Potter. That's not going to stop. That's not going to stop the Savage Storm at the courtesy of Katie Webb from going up against Candace Freeman, getting 2 more, extending the lead back to 4. Entering the game right now for the Crimson Storm is number 11, Callie Mason, as that pass is going to go beyond Abby Boyd, and another turnover for the Crimson Storm.
Yeah, Callie Mason, talking about other players, had a pretty good last couple stretch of games. She comes in averaging just under 10 points a game at 9.7 off the bench for the Crimson Storm, shooting 32% from 3. She can get a lot of points going in a heartbeat, John, if she's left open. So we'll see if you can get her going early.
Mason going up against Webb. Can't quite get it that time. Rebounds battling. And that's going to be Mason who puts forth the extra effort to reach around and get the ball to hit off David. Here comes the Crimson Storm. Mason working against that tough Southeastern defense. Now it's Carolina back to Freeman. Pulls up for a little jumper. No good. Now back to Hunter. Trying to find inside for Webb against Mason. Gets that jumper to go. So Webb is pounding inside and making her presence felt down low. Now Adrian Berry going to take the step back. That one's no good. Rebounded by Hunter. She's taking it all by her lonesome. Going up against Boyd, and she's going to draw the foul.
Oof.
Abby Boyd with the tough charge.
Yeah, that was a good job by Boyd getting back in transition and getting herself in the right spot there as we see Alex Robinson checking in for the first time for the Savage Storm. But we talked about it pregame, John. I said the turnovers would play a factor, and already SNU 4 turnovers here in just the first quarter. That's why they trail 13-7.
All 7 points coming at the hands of Danielle Gaddis. Carolina's going to pull up for 3. Can't quite get it. And the Crimson Storm continue to be scoreless except for number 23, who is currently not on the floor.
Yeah, Gaddis started off, John, 3 of 4, and the rest of the team is 0 for 5 shooting. So we'll see if SNU gets somebody on the board here.
Another 3 taken by Webb. That one's no good. Good block out by the Crimson Storm. Back out to Boyd on the outlet. Looking outside. Back to Mason. Pulls up for 3. She's got it. Callie Mason, the second Crimson Storm player to score tonight.
Yeah, as I said now, she's third on the team and made 3-pointers behind Abby Boyd and Adrian Berry.
And
there's a foul on the floor.
And I'm sure Derek Doris wanted to travel there as he thought he took the steps before the contact. So Dorneman will re-enter the game, replace Freeman, and in comes Irene Perez for her first action.
Yeah, and Irene Perez, another one of those players that she's got the ability to impact the game in a bunch of different ways. Just a freshman, 6 foot, and she's going to be a good player, I think, for head coach Derek Doris. She comes in to this game just averaging about 20 minutes per game. But when she's out there, she's averaging about 5 points a game and 5 rebounds. And really going to be a good player.
Well, Webb will sink a free throw, and David comes out for some rest and brings in number 32, Ariana Kemp, 5'9" sophomore out of Gainesville, Texas, just across the Texas-Oklahoma border. Second free throw is also good. So Webb putting in the extra work for the Savage Storm.
Yeah, Webb is the Savage Storm's second leading scorer behind Potter, who Potter's only taken 2 shots. Abby Boyd's done a great job defending her. So
Adrian Berry's three-pointer attempt is going to be short. But Rachel Dorneman's going to be able to draw the foul going for the ball. Perez looking for Dorneman. She can't handle it. It's going to be another turnover.
I think that she was intending that pass to be to Abby Boyd, but Dorneman just thought it was an errant pass and tried to pick it off.
Potter gets the shooter's roll. Now the Savage Storm's lead is up to 7. Now Boyd doing it all by herself. She gets the layup.
And we knew it'd only be a matter of time before the Savage Storm were able to keep Abby Boyd in check as she's able to get on the board now here. 2 points for Boyd.
And that one's going to be a travel against number 32, Kemp. And Abby Boyd will take a breather. And Carolina will re-enter the game. As the Savage Storm lead the Crimson Storm, 17-12. So we are 1 minute, 40 seconds to go in this first quarter. Callie Mason for 3. Can't quite get the second attempt. Rebounded by Adrian Berry. Wanted to pull for the third one. Doesn't hold some self-control. Now looking over. Perez for 3. Bounces around. Can't quite go through.
Crimson Storm now just 1 of 7 from 3-point range to start the game here in the first quarter. So we'll see if they can get inside and maybe get some other buckets 2-point wise.
Some great defense there by the Crimson Storm, namely Callie Mason standing her ground. So David didn't stay off the floor too long as she comes back in, and now Southeastern wants to play some big ball, putting in 2 forwards into the game. And that's going to be Kemp who gets her first points of the game on the straight-up pull-up.
Savage Storm now shooting 7 of 16, 43% in this quarter.
Now Carolina working inside, trying to get out of the lane. Finds Perez on the skip pass. Now Dorneman for the little jumper, no good. First rebounded by Carolina, but has it swatted away. Now working inside, no good. Back out to inside. That's David this time who is there for the extra effort.
Yeah, David already up to 8 points and 4 rebounds just in the first quarter, and SNU's offense has just been pretty slow so far. 5 of 15 shooting from the field. They're just trying to get something going offensively.
Well, they'll hold for the last shot. It's Perez who streaks underneath, gets it to go. And Southeastern's just going to pull up for one last shot.
Oh.
Almost gets it to go. Bounces off the front of the rim. And so that is how the first quarter of play will come to a close as SNU trails Southeastern by a score of 21-14 after one. We'll come back with the start of quarter number 2 when we come back to SNUathletics.com. Welcome back to SNUathletics.com. Crimson Storm will start off with the ball. Abby Boyd returns. Back into Dorneman. Kicks it back out to Boyd. Now for three is Mason. And she gets it to go on the corner.
Callie Mason, only 2 made 3-pointers for SNU in the game so far has been by her. So she's been a great spark for SNU off the bench so far. Already 6 points.
Now David trying to pull on some of her ball handling skills. Now pound inside against Dorneman. And stolen away by Carolina. Trying to get the skip pass going. Now all alone is Perez. Gets it to roll in.
This is exactly the start SNU needed here to start the second quarter here. Already a 5-0 run, and it's back to a 2-point game.
Now looking outside. And they're going to get the travel there as Savage Storm player tried to do a little bit too much.
Yeah, that's 6 turnovers now for Southeastern Oklahoma State and 2 to begin the second quarter here. So SNU's defense gritting its teeth here to start the second.
So Abby Boyd will bring it back up. Finds Perez. Tries to do it herself. Finds Dorneman now underneath to Carolina, who gets the pump fake, and she's going to draw the foul. It's going to be a little bit of a late call.
It was good vision there by Dorneman. She thought about taking that jumper there from the free throw line and saw an open Carolina there.
The ref's having a little bit of a conversation, trying to make sure everything's okay. So it'll stay underneath the SNU basket. Looking around, finds Mason. Back to Boyd. Thought about pulling up. Instead gives it over to Mason. Now underneath to Carolina, who gets it to go.
Tough shot.
Very tough shot on the corner with her right hand. Almost gets another steal on the other side of the court. So Sydney Carolina decided to wake up in the second quarter.
And she has she's got a lot of similarities to Danielle Gaddis, I think, that I can see on the defensive side of the ball and on the offensive side of the ball. I mean, they're both very similar players. Carolina shoots a little bit better than Gaddis.
And speaking of Carolina, she gets a rebound. Gives it back over to Abby Boyd. Now to Dorneman on the corner. And she got it. And the Crimson Storm have their first lead of the ball game. The score 23-21. And the Savage Storm answer right back and tie it up. Underneath with Kemp. Now Carolina going into the lane. Back to Perez. Carolina, who's going to pull up for three. Can't quite get it to go. Goes off the back iron.
So once again, outside of Callie Mason, Crimson Storm are 0 for 7 shooting from three-point range.
Now driving inside the lane with a tough shot. Gets it to float. It's Potter. And now Abby Boyd trying to do a little something. It's going to stay over here with the Crimson Storm as it's battered away by a Savage Storm member.
Both teams are shooting 47% here early on into the second quarter. 5 turnovers for SNU, 6 for Southeastern Oklahoma State.
Mason will bring it back up. Dumps it back off to Boyd. Inside, Candace Freeman from the elbow. Can't quite get it to roll. Goes in and out. Now here comes Southeastern as they regain the lead. 25-23 the score. Perez ball hawking. Going inside, can't get it to go. Is Webb, who tries to do a little bit too much, almost gets another steal.
Yes, and you caught a break there.
And Abby Boyd going inside is going to almost get the and one, not quite. She will go to the line on the blocking foul.
That's Boyd just doing what she does best and knocking down shots from the outside and taking it inside and trying to draw the foul as steps to the free throw line. 85% free throw shooter.
And that must be one of the 15% where she doesn't make it. As she misses the first. Puts the second one through. So the Crimson Storm now on a 10-1, or excuse me, 10-4 run. Southeastern trying to run that offense. Shot clock's to 10. Webb going to pull up for three. It's going to be an off-balance shot. Rebounded by Kemp. Can't quite get it to go. Rebounded by Freeman. And now Boyd working again. And she's got the tough layup. Big time play by the senior.
It's a tough finish there, but Boyd now up to 5 points, and she's got 4 assists to show for as well. So doing what she does best.
Now back inside. Webb almost gets the putback. Finds the wrong end of the glass. And now Boyd working again. Back to Mason. Inside to Freeman, dishes it back out to Perez. And it is almost stolen away. Now Boyd will rally the troops again to set up another offense. And she's going to pull up for three. Abby Boyd off the back iron. Rebounded by Perez. Puts it back up. No good. Rebounded again. That time it's Adrian Berry. Offensive show right there by the Crimson Storm. Never gave up on the play. And now the Crimson Storm lead is 3, their largest of the game.
And that's the kind of things you got to do, John. Offensive rebound, everybody's got to do it. Gang rebounding, that's what they call that. Great job from SNU there. They extend this lead. Largest of the lead it's been so far of the game is by 3.
And now Webb cuts it back to 1. So Webb giving the Crimson Storm all sorts of fits. Almost stolen by the Savage Storm by Abby Boyd. Back inside to Freeman, working inside. Rebounded by Perez. Shoots in there for another rebound. Now it's Adrian Berry for 3. Yes!
And Adrian Berry finally starting to get going. 2 made 3-pointers now in the second quarter.
And now the Storm's lead is 4. And that one's going to be a bad pass. And another bad pass that time by the Crimson Storm. This time it's going towards it's going to go towards Southeastern once again. A timeout on the floor as the Crimson Storm have come alive in the second quarter. We'll take a break here on SNUathletics.com. Welcome back to SNUathletics.com. Southeastern will start out with the ball once again as they are down by 4. And what was a pretty big lead for the Savage Storm. Looking inside to David. There's going to be a 3-second violation inside the lane. Bring it back to the Crimson Storm as Danielle Gaddis re-enters.
Yeah, that's just a good call. David was camped out in the paint there, never got out. So that's the 8th turnover of the half here for Southeastern Oklahoma State. See if SU can capitalize here.
Back to Perez. And they are hounding Perez with the ball. Back to Carolina, trying to work inside. Back to Perez. Takes it herself. Finds Freeman inside for 2.
That's just great by Perez there. Did the nice little pump fake to get the defender to bite on that pass. Able to drive in and kick to Freeman. That's just fundamental right there. Can't ask for anything better from Perez.
Perez almost gets another steal. And now David will just dump it off to Potter for a long 3. She gets it to go. And the Savage Storm answer.
Now Potter's starting to get going with Abby Boyd taking a breather on the bench. See if SU can buckle down and keep the Savage Storm leading scorer at bay here.
Carolina trying to work, gives it back to Gaddis. Gaddis doing some work, dishes it back to Perez for 3. There it is. Irene Perez for 3. There's going to be a foul called on Sydney Carolina, who got a little bit too touchy with Potter.
Going back to that Perez 3, I mean, mentioned it as she checked into the game for the first time. She's so efficient. I mean, 3 of 5 shooting already, 7 points, 2 rebounds and 2 assists. I mean, that's exactly what you need. Someone coming off the bench for the Crimson Storm. I guarantee she'll be She'll be starting next year, John. You can put me down for that right now.
Savage Storm try to answer with another three of their own. Doesn't quite go. It's going to go off David and back to the Crimson Storm. And I'm willing to agree with you, Tanner, on Perez being a part of that starting five next year. As Abby Boyd will leave SNU. That's going to be a blocking call against Hunter. And he'll send Perez to the line, and Perez is taking quite a commanding role in this game, as not normally the biggest scorer, as she is mostly the best passer on the team. She gets the first layup to go. I was saying, Tanner, she's a great ball distributor, but this may be the first game of the year where I've seen her really take charge on the scoring level.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it's been pretty balanced scoring. We saw the early outburst from Gaddis, but haven't seen a whole lot since. And Boyd has done more distributing this game, and she's got 4 assists, checking in now for Perez. But other than that, they needed somebody to get going. And Irene Perez, always there, always able to step up to the plate for head coach Derek Doris. Just a freshman, like we mentioned. So bright future ahead for Irene Perez here at playing inside the Sawyer Center.
Well, Perez will take a break, and in turn we'll bring in Abby Boyd once again, and this time Madeline Schrepfer will come in for her first action in the game, and she is relentless all over Potter. And now David inside trying to work. She gets it to go against Freeman. Now Barry taking it by herself, almost gets the tough one. And there's the little one, Schrepfer, who jumps in amidst everybody in yellow and somehow comes up with the rebound.
Smallest one on the court out there at 5'5", and actually I take that back. Olivia Potter is also 5'5", but Schrepfer did a great job getting in position and getting that tough rebound.
So we'll keep it right here as the team's going to a timeout with 1:20 left to go in the half. We'll take a look at some scores around the GAC. As you know, we have our game here with Southern Nazarene beating Southeastern 38-32, but elsewhere, Arkansas Tech has taken it to the Cotton Blossoms of Monticello 43-17. Ouachita Baptist is currently taking it to Southern Arkansas by a score of 35-20 as they are drawing closer to halftime. Southwestern Oklahoma State is taking care of OBU, Oklahoma Baptist, 45-23 in Weatherford. And it's halftime now in Alva as Northwestern Oklahoma State is going up against East Central as there's another basket for the Crimson Storm. And that's the game that we're really going to be focusing on. And they're tied at 33 right now as the Tigers and the Crimson Storm are in a tough battle for that seeding as another basket for the Savage Storm.
Yeah, I was going to mention earlier there that was SNU's largest lead of the half. It was 8, but now it's still 6.
Well, Mason's going to pull up for 3, and there's the largest game of the year, or not of the year, but of the game at 9.
And Callie Mason already's got her game average just at halftime here, 9 points for her.
So Potter with the step back can't get it to go. It's going to go out of bounds. Back to the Crimson Storm, just under 40 seconds to go. So a 9-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. As the Crimson Storm will get at least one more shot. Schrepfer trying to bring it up and finds Boyd inside, no good. Tries to find Freeman, but Mason's going to pull up, no good. So just under 20 seconds here, and Savage Storm are going to most likely hold for the final shot of the half as the game clock goes under 10 seconds. Looking around, trying to find it, stolen away, and Abby Boyd finally comes up with it, no good. Now there's scrambling on the floor. It's going to be a tie with 0.7 seconds to go. Crimson Storm possibly could have gotten down to get one more shot, but they're just going to hold it and let the clock run out, and that's how the half will end. So that's going to do it for the first half of play here in the Sawyer Center, as the Crimson Storm, who started out the game down by 7 at the end of the first quarter, are now roared back and now lead by 9 points against Southeastern Oklahoma State. We'll come back with some halftime stats when we come back to SNUathletics.com. Welcome back to SNUathletics.com. It's halftime here in the Sawyer Center for our women's game as the Crimson Storm, who were down by as much as 7 points coming into the end of the first quarter, now lead by 9 points, 43-34, as we are about 6 minutes away from the tip or the first pass and the first possession of the third quarter in the second half. Tanner, what did you see in that first half that stuck out to you?
Well, it was kind of a tale of two quarters for SNU. The first quarter, they only scored 14 points and were really struggled to shoot the ball. 5 of 15 at the end of that quarter, if I believe if that was the stat there. And then the second quarter responded with 29 points in that second quarter. It was Callie Mason and Irene Perez each scoring 9 points in that first half to contribute to that. But, I mean, on top of that, Danielle Gaddis had 7, Boyd had 7. Pretty balanced scoring, and they were able to force 9 turnovers from the Savage Storm in that first half, and I think 6 of those came in the second quarter. So I think that played a big factor in getting SNU back into the ball game, ultimately outscoring them by 16 in just that second quarter as they have a current 9-point lead heading into halftime. So they shot 50% from the field, which is good. They were able to force turnovers, but they committed 7 themselves. So we'll see how they respond in the second half.
Well, you're right, Tanner. The Crimson Storm shoot straight even 50%, 17 for 34. SWOSU not so great shooting, but not by a lot. They shoot 14 for 33, taking one less shot. They're 42.4%. At first, we were thinking that the Crimson Storm were going to really struggle today from beyond the arc, and that's how it opened. But since then, the Crimson Storm are kind of improved upon that, making 5 of 14, 37%, and SWOSU is the one struggling from three-point land now with just 2 for 9 so far. The one place where SWOSU does have the advantage over SNU is the free throw line, where they're perfect so far, and SNU has only missed 1. Otherwise, it's been pretty balanced except for that.
Yeah, John, you mentioned it. All that balanced scoring. Webb and David were pretty much the only 2 bright spots for Southeastern Oklahoma State. They only had 5 players score in that first half. Their leading scorer, Potter, had 7 points, and she really got all those when Abby Boyd was off taking a breather on the bench, as Boyd did a great job in defending her. And so I think also, you talked about it, the balanced scoring with the bench. To me, the stat that jumps out in the first half is the bench scoring. You look at it, SNU's got 20 bench points, Southeastern Oklahoma State with just 4. So Southeastern Oklahoma State and head coach Darren Grover is going to have somebody step up for the Savage Storm off the bench if they want to come back in this ballgame and make things interesting. I think this third quarter will really show us what kind of game this is going to be, if it's SNU's going to be able to pull away or Southeastern's going to be able to hang around and make this thing interesting.
Well, it is the GAC, Tanner, and we just don't know what will happen on any given night. It could be a blowout, or it could be a nail biter classic. You just don't know, and especially, it's the GAC playing, and especially in the Sawyer Center, you just don't know. You just don't know what's going to happen. Well, we're 3 minutes away from the start of the second half, and we'll be here to cover it here on SNUathletics.com. Welcome back to SMUathletics.com. And we're here to start the second half of play. Savage Storm of Southeastern Oklahoma State will start out with the ball. And they're immediately looking inside to David, kicking it back out to Webb, and she's going to open up scoring with a 3. And I'm sure that's how Southeastern Oklahoma State would love to open it up, as they cut it to 6 right off the bat.
And Webb has only made 7 made three-pointers on the whole year coming in, so that's a big shot for them.
Danielle Gaddis gets a rebound and kicks it back out to Sydney Carolina, who also misses, and now it's back to the Savage Storm. Hunter bringing it up to start. Inside to Webb. Looking under inside to Potter. And once again, it's 5 versus 5. As Abby Boyd just will not get off of Potter as she goes ahead and misses. Tries to get that floater. Now Danielle Gaddis looking out to Adrian Berry for a corner 3. Off the back iron, rebounded by Dorneman. And now she's going to try and work inside. Kicks it back out to Boyd. Back to Berry. Gaddis is going to take a step before she dribbles and send it back to the Savage Storm.
Yeah, just unfortunate there for Gaddis. Didn't really know what she wanted to do there, so see if SNU can force a turnover here to start the second half.
Now working inside, back to Webb. Blocked. She's going to corral, doesn't reset the shot clock, no reset. It's going under 10. And the coach, Grover's telling his girls to get a move on. Webb for 3. No good. It is rebounded by David, and it'll reset. There's going to be a foul on Berry. She tries to reach in and steal the ball.
And David has had one heck of a game so far in this one. She's got 10 points and 6 rebounds and also 2 assists. She has been a force on the glass so far.
That's Berry's second foul. Free throw is good from David. Missed her first one. It was called off because of a lane violation by Gaddis. Since then, she's been perfect. And there it ends that streak as she misses the second. So the lead is now 5 for the Crimson Storm as they find Carolina, who's going to work inside. Back to Dorneman, who finds Gaddis, tries to flip it up and in.
Oh.
Tough shot by Danielle Gaddis, gets it off the glass.
And that's one of her first buckets we've seen since opening minutes of the game, John. You know, she's up to 9 points now, but most of those came in the first 2-3 minutes of the game.
So now David working, finds Hunter. Now Southeastern working, try and get inside. He's going to stay over here with Southeastern as they call a kick. Hunter finds David. Now working inside is Webb. Can't get it to go. Back to Webb. Or excuse me, back to David, who gets the and one call against Dorneman, and Dorneman is having some trouble against number 33.
Well, and to be fair to Dorneman, it's not just Dorneman. I mean, I think it's anybody who's tried to box out David tonight is just, you know, David's just taking advantage down there and getting in the right position, and she's been a force, like we said, and 7 rebounds and 13 points, and now make it 14 points as SNU's going to have to get multiple bodies and get her out of there, make somebody else come in there and get the rebound.
The Crimson Storm have only made 1 field goal since the beginning of the half. Gaddis inside, try to get another tough layup, no good. Back to Hunter. Once again, trying to work inside of David. collapsing. Another three is going to be taken. She's got it. That's Wallace, who cuts it back to one. We are back to a really competitive game in the Sawyer Center.
And Savage Storm shot 50% from the field here to start the second half as there's a foul on the floor.
It's going to be called against Abby Boyd. That's going to go up against number 23. That's Wallace. Finds Boyd in three-point land, pulls up for a long two, puts it in, and keeps the Savage Storm at bay for at least right now.
Boyd up to 9 points, and that makes 3 scores now for SNU, 4 scores now, all at 9 points. Nobody in double-figure scoring yet.
Now David finds Hunter. She was stuck in the rut right there at the top of the key. Shot clock down to 5. She's going to have to pull it up, and she gets it. That's Webb, once again being a huge thorn in SNU's side tonight. Now a pull-up three from Adrian Berry. Puts it through. No second thoughts. Adrian Berry.
And Berry's second made three-pointer of the game. She's got 8 points.
You could see it that she knew exactly what she wanted to do as soon as she touched that basketball. And now a three from Webb. Answers.
Wow. As I mentioned earlier, she came in just shooting 25% from three-point range on the year. Only made 7 threes, and now she's already made 2 just tonight.
Dorneman working inside. He's going to draw the blocking foul. And she's going to go to the line to shoot 2.
This will be the first trip of the half here for the Crimson Storm at the free throw line. Dorneman, a 77% free throw shooter.
She'll add to that percentage. Gets the shooter's roll there. Second one is good as well. Lead is back up to 3 for the Crimson Storm. Candace Freeman's going to come in and replace Dorneman. Now inside, and Freeman's going to draw the foul going up against Kemp, who enters the game.
Just a tough position there from Freeman. She's trying to find a good position down there against number 32 down there, Kemp, but unable to do it.
Webb puts another one on the board against Mason.
What a quarter for Webb. She's got 10 points all in this quarter alone.
Adrian Berry tries to pull for 3, no good. And after everybody converged for a rebound, it's knocked out by the Savage Storm. Media timeout on the floor, and we'll step aside as well here on SNUathletics.com. Keep it right here. Welcome back to SNUathletics.com. Back inside the Sawyer Center for a game that can shape a lot in terms of the GAC tournament. Finds Perez, who re-enters the game. Now Perez will take it. Inside to Freeman. She gets it to go. All alone in the lane. She takes it up with authority.
That was a good feed there from Irene Perez to find Freeman. 3-point game. We'll see if SNU can extend this lead a little bit.
Finds Kemp going up against Freeman. And she's going to draw the travel first.
Head coach Darren Grover is not agreeing with that, but I was able to see up here that I think that was the right call. She had moved that foot before the dribble.
So Boyd will take it up, and you're just told by her man David Noblet that as Abby Boyd pulls up for a three and puts it through, Abby Boyd brings it back up to a 6-point game. But we were just told by David Noblet that depending on what happens tonight in the Sawyer Center and around the GAC, SNU can be anywhere from 5th in the GAC to 10th.
Wow. Heck of a shot there.
Hard finish.
Wallace.
Rachel Wallace will go to the line for an and one opportunity. Bring it back within a one-possession game. But
yeah, you mentioned it, John, and I mean we mentioned a little bit in the pregame how tight it was there in the 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 spots in the GAC. I mean, it's all separated by just 2 games. All 4 or 5 of those positions separated by just 2 games. So each win and each game is crucial here down the stretch.
Callie Mason's three is no good. As the Southeastern only down by 3 now. Kemp going up against Freeman. Dishes it outside to Hunter, who's going to take a long 2. No good. Almost gets her own rebounds. Rebounded by Perez instead. And now Perez trying to do some work by herself. Dishes it out to Boyd, and Boyd's directing traffic. Tries to ISO it. Hits it back out to Barry for a long 3. No good.
I mentioned, John, right before we started play here in the second half, that this third quarter was really going to kind of put the writing on the wall of what kind of game this was going to be. And I don't think it's going to be a blowout, partner. I think we got a good game for us on tap for us in the Sawyer Center.
Webb trying to put out another tough shot, no good. Finds Perez, looks like wide open way to the rack. And the Euro step guarantees another Irene Perez basket. She gets it off the glass. And Coach Grover over there doing the surrender cobra, like how are we supposed to stop number 20?
Yeah, what a great move by Irene Perez. She's now up to 11 points. Only Abby Boyd is the only one in double figure scoring. SNU with 5-point lead now.
Well, we'll keep it right here. And SNU, once again, right there in the middle of the pack of the GAC. Arkansas Tech has got a handle on the Monticello Cotton Blossoms, and that will certainly help Southern Nazarene as a loss by the Cotton Blossoms cements, or doesn't really cement, but it strengthens their seeding into the tournament. Ouachita's got a handle on Southern Arkansas, who's there at the bottom of the conference. And SWASU is beaten up on the Lady Bison of OBU, 67-38 over there in Weatherford. And here's the game that SNU fans are really going to be looking at, as East Central has jumped ahead to a 51-44 lead as the third quarter is coming to a close. And Alva, Northwestern Oklahoma State Rangers, trying to hang on and pull the upset against the East Central Tigers. Still a lot of basketball to be played. And Harding, the leader in the conference, is just taking care of business as usual against the Henderson State Reddies. So a lot going on in the GAC already, as of course we were having a difficult game for both these teams, as this one we're almost positive will go down the wire here in Bethany, as Kent pulls up for a long 2.
And that's just, Freeman upset with herself there, as she just didn't get a hand up there on Kemp, and Kim said, I'm going to make you respect me. 3-point game.
A long pass finds Freeman, but stolen away as Webb got a hand on the ball. So now Southeastern with an opportunity to possibly tie it. It's Potter against Perez. And now the shot clock under 10, a three-pointer. She's got it, and we're tied up.
Man, I'll tell you, Southeastern has come out firing in this third quarter.
This is Rachel Wallace who knotted up the game at 59 just there. Tries to find the underneath. It's Carolina trying to work. Finds Freeman, no good. Dishes it back out. Shot clock to 10. And now Freeman gonna have to work. Puts up a shot off the backboard. Rebounded by Savage Storm.
Oh, man, I'll tell you, they caught a break there, John, as they were able to force a jump ball that's going to stay with the Crimson Storm, but to me it looked like Freeman never really had both her hands on the ball.
Trying to get it out. They finally find Barry. Perez dishes it out to Carolina. Looking inside. Gaddis for a long two. No good. It's going to be a foul against Freeman, or it'll just go out of bounds. Couldn't quite see where the ball is. We have our cameraman, Trey Petrie, kind of blocking my way.
He's done a great job, though, John. This is just his first semester and doing camera work. And
Potter for a long three.
Wow.
Put it in. She made that. I think she made that from the C in crimson on the floor there.
Or talk about back home in Durant, Oklahoma, from her dorm room. My goodness. Savage Storm lead by 3.
Carolina now working. Finds Perez on the corner. No good. As we're back to 10 seconds left in the third quarter, as Southeastern has regained the lead. Clock's ticking away as Hunter puts up a shot, no good. And that's how the quarter will end. So we've gone back and forth the whole way inside the Sawyer Center. First it was Southeastern on top, then it's SNU on top, and now back to Southeastern. As don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, on SNUathletics.com. We got a barn burner in the Sawyer Center. Welcome back to SNUathletics.com. We are ready to go inside the Sawyer Center for the money quarter as Southeastern leads the Crimson Storm. First shot by the Savage Storm is no good. Back out to the Crimson Storm, who are down by 3. Abby Boyd doing it all by herself.
Oh.
And she's going to draw the charge as she goes up against Hunter and Wallace. No fruit, as Abby Boyd draws the first foul of her night.
As there's a stoppage of play here just for a brief bit. That third quarter, Southeastern outscored SNU 28-16. So far in these 3 quarters, it's been a pretty wide scoring margin for both sides there.
David gets a highly contested rebound, takes it back to Wallace, tries to put up another 3, no good. Back to the Crimson Storm and finds Dorneman trying to get it off the glass, no good. Rebounded by Adrian Berry, tries to kick it back out. No one was really expecting a Berry rebound, but so she kicks it back out to a opposite team. And now it's back to Southeastern trying to add on to this 3-point lead, which can change at any moment. And this one's going to be a timeout taken by the Savage Storm, as David able to jump on that. So we'll keep it right here. Once again, go over some game stats here.
Yeah, John, as I was mentioning earlier, I mean, you look at the first quarter, Southeastern jumped off to a 7-point lead. And then the second quarter, SNU comes back, outscores Southeastern by 16 in the quarter to take a 9-point lead into half. And then in the third quarter, Southeastern comes back, outscores SNU by 12 to take a 3-point lead into the fourth quarter. So now I'm just curious as to see what we'll see here in the fourth quarter. If we're following that pattern,
right,
SNU's going to have a great fourth quarter, outscoring Southeastern.
Well, I mean, me and you, we're analysts and we're commentators. I mean, we're trained to look at patterns, but then again, you don't know in the middle of a game. You don't know what pattern's going to break out. So it's always that's why basketball and sports in general is so much fun, because you never really know what's going to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see. It's interesting to see. We're just a minute into the fourth quarter here. Nobody has yet to put any points on the board, but Abby Boyd has only taken 2 3-point shots here so far in this game.
That's highly irregular from the leading scorer of the Crimson Storm. And that one's stolen on the inbounds by Perez. Big heads-up play. Ooh. Almost stolen again by the Savage Storm. Back out to Perez. Finds Gaddis, who's going to try and drive in, but gets called for the travel.
Yeah, just unfortunate there for Gaddis. It's her 4th turnover of the game. So she's just trying to collect herself here.
So 8.5 minutes left in this ball game, as no one scored in the fourth quarter just yet. Almost lost by Webb. And now the SMU faithful are really amping up the volume. Finds Webb on the outside for 3, doubles the lead.
It's just been Katie Webb's night. 23 points, 8 rebounds for Webb. 3rd made 3-pointer.
Gaddis tries a corner, no good. And now SNU is going to have to try and figure something else out on offense, but first they got to stop him on defense. And there's a foul on Potter.
But, as we said, going back to Katie Webb, she's only hit 7 3-pointers on the season, and she's already almost made half of that, half of her season total in just one game here inside the Sawyer Center. And, that's basketball. You have some nights where you're feeling it, and this is just Katie Webb's night. 6-point lead for the Savage Storm here.
Now looking inside, trying to find anything working. You would think that they'd be looking for David, but it's Hunter who pulls up in the lane.
And that's just tough. There's not really much you can do there. That was a good contested shot from the Crimson Storm. Just, like I said, it's just good play.
Now Perez back out to Gaddis. He's going to drive in. Got the tough shot off the glass. That's SMU's first points of the fourth quarter.
Gaddis up to double-figure scoring now with 11. Still very much in this ball game. A lot of basketball to play here.
Back out to David. Now we have Abby Boyd putting on the big defense. Shot clock winding down. He's going to take a long shot, no good. As that was Wallace trying to just throw something up there. Outside. Now Abby Boyd for three. No good. Rebounded by Dorneman. It's going to be a tie ball. It's going to stay over here with SNU. As Mason will come and check in for Perez as she'll take a seat.
And Mason comes back in, the three-point shooter who's made 3 threes tonight. As a team, SNU has shot 7 of 22 from 3, so just under 33% there.
Mason with a tough shot on the corner, gets it to go. And now the lead is back to 4.
Mason's just a scorer. I mean, that's just what she does. Oh, man.
And that's just a lapse in concentration as Hunter is just all alone to the rack, and she takes it up, and Dorneman's going to pick up the foul.
And that's
And
just,
she'll have an opportunity for an and one.
that's just critical, as you mentioned, John, just a breakdown there on the defensive side, and that's something you don't wish to have with 6 minutes left in the ball game.
Well, Hunter can't convert the and one as the lead is only back down to 6. Still anything can happen as Gaddis tries to take it by herself, gets it to go in the middle. And SNU is going to take a timeout. We'll take one alongside them here on SNUathletics.com. It's just getting good inside the Sawyer Center. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to SNUathletics.com. So here comes Hunter. He's put up a crucial shot, or excuse me, 2 crucial shots already in this 4th quarter, and there's going to be a foul against Abby Boyd. I think that's only her 2nd so far.
But it is the 4th team foul on the Crimson Storm here, so the next foul will mean free throws for the rest of the ball game for the Savage Storm. The Savage Storm have not committed a foul here in the 4th quarter, so that side of the spectrum is on their advantage for sure.
That time it's Kemp who goes all the way in for another basket. Now Gaddis all by herself again. Tries to get it to go. Gets her own rebound. That time just looking for anything. And it's going to stay right over here with the Crimson Storm.
And there's Callie Mason once again doing the hard, dirty work, getting involved and battling to make sure the Crimson Storm retain possession as the officials have a discussion for it here. And I think they're going to go ahead and reset the shot clock. And indeed they will, but nonetheless, you can't fault the effort from Callie Mason at all.
Finds Dorneman, can't quite get it to go. Now SNU with no fouls to give, or got to start really looking at the clock as there's a 3 taken, no good. Rebound by Gaddis. That time it was Alex Robinson tried to get it to go. Now Callie Mason finds Abby Boyd. Back to Gaddis. Abby Boyd now gets the layup to go.
That's just too easy. Lift fake, get the defender off the feet. Nobody stepped over to help on Boyd. Easy layup. We got a 4-point game. Student section coming alive.
Now it's back to Hunter. Back to Potter. Got some free lane. Back to Hunter for 3. No good. Rebound by Barry. Now SNU with a big possession right here, just under 4.5 left. Back to Mason for a bit long corner three, no good. Rebound by Barry. Back to Boyd for three, no good. Trying to get the rebound, rebounded finally by Hunter, and SNU's gonna have to get back. Now another three. She's got it. That's Potter.
And that's just Celicia Hunter just taking it the other way for the Savage Storm. She's so quick. SNU struggled to get back as Potter picks up a foul on the other end, but everybody is so focused on Celicia Hunter down on this other end that they forget to pick up Potter, the Savage Storm's leading scorer, and she makes them pay.
Well, 7 is definitely a difficult deficit for any team in basketball. It's just above a three-possession game, so SNU in a little bit of a pickle. They're going to need some points. They're going to need them fast. Finds Gaddis inside, and it's stolen away by Hunter, all alone, all the way for another layup. The lead is back to 9.
Once again, that's just not what SNU needed right now. 3.5 to play. They're going to have to get something going here.
Finds Abby Boyd again, trying to drive in. It's knocked away and stolen by the Savage Storm. And now the Savage Storm are just looking for a good shot. They're going to take all the time they want. Kemp inside, finds Webb for another 2. I believe that's the longest or the largest lead of any team tonight, as the lead is to 11.
Southeastern currently riding a 7-0 run here. SNU's just trying to shut it down.
The long 2 is taken by Adrian Bear. She's obviously fouled, just looking to get one up. She'll go to the line. It's the first foul committed by Southeastern in the fourth quarter. First one is no good. Second free throw is good, and that cuts it to 8. There'll be a timeout taken by Southern Nazarene. We'll step aside too here on SNUathletics.com. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to SNUathletics.com. The Savage Storm of Southeastern are currently holding a 10-point lead, and Sydney Carolina is going to foul first. And Coach Derek Doris didn't like how that foul was called.
Yeah,
thought it was Sydney Carolina was straight up.
I'm not sure what he's looking at over there. I mean, both, not just Carolina, but I believe it was Barry over there. Both of them had their hands directly in the air. But nonetheless, it's a foul, and Savage Storm collect on it.
I'll put it through. Second one is good as well, and we're to a 12-point lead with 2:42 left to go. Driving in, trying to make something happen. The call is going to go in favor of Danielle Gaddis, who will go to the line, shoot 2.
These are big free throws here for Gaddis. 1 for 1 on the evening so far for her. They're going to need both of these here to have a chance in this one.
She puts the first one through. As Irene Perez comes in to replace Candace Freeman, and Derek Doris has all his shooters on the floor, with the exception of Callie Mason. And now they immediately put the press on. And they leave Webb all alone. She gets across half court with ease.
Gonna need a stop here on the defensive side of the ball.
And down low, trying to get it to go, no good. And it's gonna stay over here. Shot clock will not reset as there's 9 seconds there. So the shot clock continues to go, and she'll get it on the layup. I believe that was Wallace. Bring it back up to 12. Finds Adrian Berry, who pulls up for 3. No good. Rebound by Gaddis. Back to Boyd for 3. She'll put it through.
And we got a foul down here in the paint.
So the shot will count. And there's a foul on the Savage Storm. It's going to be number 10, Courtney Brady, who enters the game.
So this could get interesting here. If SNU can get a quick bucket here, whether that be a 2 or 3. A 3 will make it a 2-possession game.
Boyd trying to pull up for 3, but now Gaddis going to work inside, and there's going to be a charge against Danielle Gaddis. So Callie Mason comes out, and that really hurts the Crimson Storm, Tanner.
Yeah, you know, instead of getting any kind of shot or bucket there, they came away with the turnover, and now Southeastern will have it and more than likely get some free throws here.
So Abby Boyd's going to get a big ovation from the Crimson Storm faithful after a kick on the inbounds, as looked like she was aiming for some sort of net over there. Now down inside. There's going to be a foul called. That's going to be against Abby Boyd. And I'm not so sure about that one, Tanner. It looked like she was straight up the whole way. And there was a shoulder dumped into her, but that's why I'm up here and not down there.
Yeah, it's just a tough call, especially, you know, all the way on the opposite side of the court from the basket. You know, so, I mean, I don't know if Boyd ever gave, I believe it was Hunter, the opportunity to even take a step, which you have to do. And
so now some more trouble. As the Crimson Storm are playing some great defense, they just can't quite get to the ball.
they've already taken 3 seconds off of the shot clock here, so they have to get it over. Oh, that's a turnover.
She's just going to lob it, and Perez is just going to get it. No harm. Carolina streaking. She's going to draw the foul. So Carolina will go to the line, and SNU trying to make a rally here.
Yeah, if Carolina can knock these 2 down to make it a 7-point game, 1:30 to go. Still need to press, but not sure if they'll elect to foul or try to continue to force a turnover.
Well, the first one goes in, brings it back down to 8. And the ref's going to give the Savage Storm bench a warning, tell them to sit down. Second one is no good. Rebounded by Barry, who's going to float it over for a skip pass to Abby Boyd. Down to Carolina for a 2. Great vision by Abby Boyd, and now the press is back on. And she stepped out of bounds. She stepped on the line back to SNU.
Man, some late game shenanigans here inside the Sawyer Center. Man, I'm telling you, John, it might be the middle of February, but it's got all the feelings of March Madness here.
Yeah, we were witness to that game over there in Chesapeake Arena last March with A&M and Northern Iowa. So anything can happen in Oklahoma City.
It is a 2-possession game here, folks, with a minute 15 to go. Man.
But SNU does need to get a move on. They want a chance to come back in this one. As they lose the ball, and now all over, they quickly foul.
Yeah, and that's just unfortunate there. Boyd got the double team, and she was trying to make up her mind where she wanted to go with it and just had it knocked out of her hands there. And so with a couple of made free throws here, that might end this valiant comeback from SNU.
Well, Wallace misses the first. And she'll put the second one through, so the lead's back up to 7. Not the worst thing in the world, but definitely difficult.
Gonna need a quick bucket here.
Adrian Berry working inside, almost gets it back to Perez, and then it's rebounded by Savage Storm, who will collect and go back to the line.
And head coach Derek Doris is asking the officials for a foul there. It looked like Perez was trying to get the rebound, but I mean, I thought Perez was fouled down here, trying to get that rebound.
Well, now it'll send Potter to the line. She misses the first. Potter is an 84% free throw shooter, so that miss is a rarity. She'll make the second one, back up to an 8-point lead. So it's tipped away into the stands by Southeastern. Now SNU just looking for a quick bucket.
And yeah, they're going to need a quick bucket, and after that, they're going to try to force a turnover, and if not that, then they're going to foul.
Abby Boyd for a quick 3, no good. Trying to rebound it by Mason, and back to Gaddis, who's fouled, trying to get a quick little hook.
So once again, there's Callie Mason in there, right in the thick of things, keeping possessions alive for the Crimson Storm. Once again, a couple of big free throws for Danielle Gaddis.
First one is no good. That definitely hurts. So you definitely want to make this one. Which she does. And the pressure is back on. Almost got a travel there, and she's immediately fouled. So now
you're just hoping for a miss here from Southeastern.
Well, it's Courtney Brady who's going to go to the line now. She is 80% from the free throw line, but she's only shot 20, made 16 of them.
SNU just in the second half, 3 of 13 from 3, and that's been one of the factors as she makes the first to extend the lead to 8. But it's just Southeastern has come out of the locker room in the second half Since halftime, they have scored 51 points in these last 2 quarters.
We'll make it 52, Tanner, as the lead's back up to 9 now. So now SNU really needs a quick 3, not just a bucket. They need a 3. As Perez trying to work, going inside, gets it to roll, but the clock will continue to run. That's going to be a timeout taken by the Crimson Storm.
I believe it's our man, former intern over there, Zach Friesen, who was hired on as fill-in tonight on the scoreboard. And you would think he would have stopped it a little early with Zach over there trying to get a little home court cooking maybe, but instead he's hurting the SNU Crimson Storm over there. No, we love Zach. Miss having him around.
Well, that is going to result in a timeout taken by the Crimson Storm.
David Noblit's in his ear over there.
Well, we'll take a short little break, and we'll be back before you know it on SNUathletics.com. Welcome back to SNUathletics.com. SNU trying to desperately to stop this Southeastern Oklahoma State Savage Storm from doing anything, as SNU is running on fumes, trying to survive this game, but clock is ticking away. It's going to be Wallace at the free throw line. She's going to get the first one to roll. It is now a 8-point lead.
Yeah, as we said, now they're just hoping for a miss here if you're SNU, as she gets both of them.
Now she's not going to get it. It's Abby Boyd now putting it on the Jets, trying to make something happen. Pulls up for a quick one, no good. Knocked out of bounds by Southeastern, back to SNU. 18 seconds to go.
And that's just, they're going to run out of time here. It's just going to be a tough loss here for the Crimson Storm inside the Sawyer Center.
And she's going to get fouled shooting for 3, so Callie Mason will go to the line to shoot 3. But this is not the end of the world for SNU. Looks ever more likely with 16 seconds left, as they're not going to be able to pull this one out. So Callie Mason puts the first 3 in. They travel to Ada to take on East Central in a mammoth game. She puts the second one in. That game against the Tigers will be huge to determine seeding. Then they have SWOSU again, a team that they upset here in the Sawyer Center. Look to complete the season sweep as Callie Mason goes 3 for 3 and heads to the bench. Lead is now back down to 6, so anything can happen here. And she finds Hunter all alone, and there's the foul by Gaddis. And then they got, as I said, they got SWOSU in Weatherford, as that's going to be the end of Danielle Gaddis' night regardless, as she fouls out, brings in Mason. And then they got the final 2 games of the season against Southern Arkansas and Arkansas Monticello inside the Sawyer Center. So there is still a lot of basketball to be played in Bethany and a lot to be determined towards the GAC tournament. First basket goes in. Lead is back up to 7. That's going to very much put the dagger into the Crimson Storm. She misses the second. That would be a smart thing to do if you're the winning team. Drain out as much clock as possible. Perez driving in, no good. Back out to Barry, who gets the three with 5 seconds to go. Now down by 4. And there's the foul, and
Yeah, that's going to be
that's going to be it. As Southeastern's going to go to the line one more time. It's very likely break a 90. With 1.6 seconds to go, and unless there's a shot where you can score 7 on 1, I don't think SNU is going to pull this one out, as Hunter's going to go to the line.
Well, there's been talk about implementing a 4-point line as opposed to a 3-point line, but even still, that wouldn't get the job done. But yeah, you mentioned it, John. I mean, this next game against East Central on Saturday, that's as big as you can get in terms of games for SNU. As SNU is going to need a win there, and then another tough game on Monday against Southwestern Oklahoma State, who's near the top of the conference.
Well, Abby Boyd will throw up a prayer, and it's not going to be answered as it goes wide, and that'll be it for the women's game inside the Sawyer Center, as Southeastern Oklahoma State Savage Storm defeat the SNU Crimson Storm by a score of 91-85. We'll go over some final stats for you here with our man Tanner Stiles.
Yeah, so, I mean, it was Katie Webb in that second half. I'll tell you what, 25 points. She had 15 of those in the second half, came away with 9 rebounds. Mim David finished with 14 points, 8 rebounds. Potter and Wallace each with 14, and Hunter finished with 12. But I'll tell you, John, I really think Hunter was the difference maker in that second half. She was able to push the issue and get out in transition. SNU really had no answer for her. She kicked it off and got some people open. Abby Boyd led the way for the Crimson Storm, finished with 17 points. Danielle Gaddis with 16 before she fouled out of the game. Callie Mason with 14 points off the bench for SNU. Same with Irene Perez. She also had 13 off the bench. Adrian Berry with 12. SNU comes away shooting 44% for the game, just 32% from three-point range, while Southeastern Oklahoma State shoots 50% for the game, 40% from three-point range. They turn the ball over 13 times, while SNU turns it over 16 times. So Southeastern moves to 15-8 on the year, 12-7 in the 13-6 in the GAC with the win, while SNU falls to 11-11 on the year, now 8-10 in the GAC. So just a tough loss for SNU here inside the Sawyer Center, John, and they'll have to have a good day of practice tomorrow to get ready for a tough East Central on Saturday.
Finally, before we head off the air and await Coach Derek Doris's arrival for a interview, just some final GAC scores. Of course, you have the game here. Southeastern beating SNU 91-85. Elsewhere, Arkansas Tech really took it to their friends from Monticello, the Cotton Blossoms, as they win by 45 points, 86-41. Ouachita Baptist also defeated Southern Arkansas by a score of 66-54. SWASU took care of Oklahoma Baptist, 87-59. Henderson State just couldn't handle the Bisons of Harding University, losing 84-58. And finally, the East Central Tigers will defeated the Northwestern Oklahoma State Rangers in Alva by a score of 67-56. So with that win, East Central takes a little bit extra lead on SNU, as they are 10-9 on the year, and SNU is 8-10. So as we're talking about, they're going to need a great day of practice tomorrow as they head to Ada to take on a monster game against the Tigers on the Tigers' home court. So we will await the arrival of Coach Derek Doris for our interview when we come back to SNUathletics.com.
Welcome back to SNUathletics.com, ladies and gentlemen. We're back for the men's game. Tanner Stiles alongside John Hale here inside the Sawyer Center. It's SNU taking on Southeastern Oklahoma State. The Savage Storm coming to this game 9-15 overall, 5-13 in the Great American Conference. SNU comes in 13-10, 10-7 in the conference. SNU had a matchup last Monday night against Oklahoma Baptist and won 81-60. So they're currently looking to make it 2 in a row here. The last time they played inside the Sawyer Center was a 3-point loss to Northwestern Oklahoma State on February 11th. So without further ado, we'll give you the starting lineups first for the Southeastern Oklahoma State Savage Storm. Starting at guard, a 6'3 sophomore from Tuttle, Oklahoma, number 2, Jet Job. Starting at the other guard, 6'3 sophomore from Italy, 3, Gianpaolo Riccio. Starting at guard, the 6'2 senior from Birmingham, Alabama, number 12, Anton Cook. Starting at forward, a 6'6 freshman from Keller, Texas, number 20, Kevin Buckingham. And starting at other forward, 6'6 senior from Duncanville, Texas, number 50, Tyler Lonzy. The Savage Storm are coached by Kelly Green. And so now the starting lineups for your Southern Nazarene University Crimson Storm. A little mix-up in the starting lineup I can see on the sheet here. Starting at guard, 6'1 senior from Plano, Texas, number 3, Deshaun Portley. Starting at the other guard, a 6'1 senior from Dallas, Texas, number 10, L.B. Willis. Starting at guard, a 6'3 sophomore from Bryan, Texas, number 22, Quaylen Newton. Starting at the other guard, a 6'4 freshman from San Antonio, Texas, number 25, Jonathan Dunn. And starting at center, the 6'11 sophomore from Hutchinson, Kansas, number 32, Noah Starkey. The Crimson Storm are coached by Adam Bohosh.
Well, Tanner, you were saying that it's a mix-up in the lineup, but I'd have to correct you there. Made the trip over to OBU the other day, and that's where Quaylen Newton made his debut onto the starting lineup. So, I mean, it's kind of a mix-up, but mix-up going on for 2 games now. So it's so Quaylen Newton is really played himself into the starting 5 for SNU, and as you go on and on about him, that he is by far one of the most athletic people in the athletic program here at Southern Nazarene. So, and he shows it every single day.
Yeah, Quaylen Newton replacing C.J. White, who's normally been in the starting lineup. C.J. White coming off the bench, averaging 10.6 rebounds. So here we go. It'll be Starkey and Lonzy in center court. And Lonzy's going to win the tip to Jet Job. Defended by Deshaun Portley. So the Crimson Storm currently sitting in the 4th position in the Great American Conference, right at that 4 seed. Good spin move there from Tyler Lonzy. He's on the board early.
It's a great spin move by Lonzy, and the way that you're going to have to beat SNU is you're going to have to beat them inside the paint and make sure they don't do the same to you. SNU just has such a presence in there with Starkey and C.J. White whenever he gets in there. So the way that you beat him is you don't let him take advantage of the inside play, as Jonathan Dunn somehow found the glass there.
Jonathan Dunn, the team's leading scorer, averaging 13.5 points a game, the true freshman. What a pickup he was for head coach Adam Bohosh, as Lonzy back inside the paint. With the right, no good. Portley rebounds, and here comes Quaylen Newton pushing the issue back the other way. So L.B. Willis will collect it. Drives in, finds Starkey with the right-handed finish. No Starkey. So 4-2 early SNU lead as Buckingham's got it. And there's going to be a foul over here near us as it's going to go on LB Willis, his first. So the Savage Storm coming to this one. Anton Cook is their leading scorer at 17.6 a game. And Cook's got it here. On the drive on Newton, gets it to go. Anton Cook on the board early for the Savage Storm. So here's Willis, the mid-range jumper. He got it. LaBradford Willis, the senior, averaging 12.5 points a game.
You're right, Tanner. He's just so he's so deadly whenever he's all alone, and he can make. He's mainly known as a defender, but he can make some things happen on offense, and that's really shown. And
as we're going to have a foul down here. Thought it was might have been a charge, but it's going to be a blocking foul.
Well, LB Willis, I was saying, I mean, he's been normally a defender for SNU. I don't know if he's hit that 200 mark in terms of career steals, but he's really gone off in these past couple of games.
So three-point attempt at the top of the key by Buckingham is no good. So here comes Willis the other way. Newton with it in the lane, the floater off the mark. So here come the Savage Storm. Anton Cook looking to drive on Portley. Thrown away, picked off by Jonathan Dunn. Back the other way, a 3-on-2. Dunn just trying to collect it, finds Starkey. Keeps it high over his head, and Starkey finishes. A couple of buckets early for him. Cook backed it away quickly in transition, no good. Jonathan Dunn on the rebound. They find Newton, pull-up jumper, it's good. 10-4. As head coach Kelly Green out to have a word with Jet Jobin saying, let's slow down a bit. 3 minutes in, it's 10-4.
Well, SNU wants to do everything but slow down. They're opening up 5 for 6 from the field.
Jump shot by Lonzie, it's good from the mid-range. Tyler Lonzie connects on his second field goal. He's got 4 points. Willis looks inside to Starkey. He's doubled. Has it poked away. So first turnover of the game for the Crimson Storm. Back the other way. It's Riccio. Cook pulls up from the mid-range. No good. Lonzie battling for the offensive rebound. He gets it, but throws it right to Deshaun Portley. So Portley finds Dunn. 3-point attempt. No good. Willis the offensive rebound and the easy bucket.
Well, he's had the help of Noah Starkey blocking out and just pretty much gave him a highway to the rack.
So Adam Bohash has 3 members awaiting their entry to this ball game at the scoring table. 12-6 SNU. Depth-wise, I think SNU has a little bit more to offer than Southeastern. We'll see if they can. Their bench comes up big as there's a loose ball. Bodies flying everywhere, and it's going to be a jump ball. It'll go back to the Savage Storm. And that is going to lead us into our first timeout of the game. And with that, it'll be 12-6, SNU leading. 15:32 left in the first half. We'll take a break right here on SNUathletics.com. We're back here inside the Sawyer Center. We'd like to thank you guys for tuning in on this Thursday night inside the Sawyer Center to SNUathletics.com, the live stream here for our men's game. SNU women falling earlier. It's 12-6 in favor of the Crimson Storm early. Micah Spate, C.J. White, and Jared Starkey have checked into the game for SNU. L.B. Willis with the shake and bake move, and he misses, and there's going to be a foul called. I believe it's going to go on Jared Starkey. So number 11, Jared Starkey, the 6'10 junior from Hutchinson, Kansas, older brother of Noah Starkey, in to give Noah a break, while number 21, C.J. White, the 6'5 senior from Gulfport, Mississippi, checking in, as well as the 5'10 freshman from Oklahoma City, Micah Spate. SNU head coach Adam Bohash as Buckingham on the miss. Offensive rebound, Savage Storm. Riccio pulls up from three, and he gets it to go. So Gianpaolo Riccio, the 31% three-point shooter, is on the board. As Jonathan Dunn on the drive and the finish. Jonathan Dunn.
And I've preached about it over and over. SNU is so lucky to have a threat like Jonathan Dunn, who's the scary thing is he's a freshman, but he is showing amazing maturity for his age.
And so Anton Cook is fouled very hard down here, and I believe it's going to go on Jared Starkey. So that's two quick fouls on Jared Starkey. But as you said, Jonathan Dunn just adds to what is already a very deep SNU roster that head coach Adam Bohash has got plenty of weapons to distribute as he pleases. As Cook goes to the line, makes the first. As checking into the game for the first time is number 23, Anton Kankenpää, 6'5 senior from Finland. So already head coach Adam Bohash has seen 9 players come into the game in the first 6 minutes. As it's 14-11. Anton Cook, good on both his free throws. It's 4. He's got 4 points. The lead is 3 for the Crimson Storm. Jonathan Dunn on the drive, flipped up, and he's fouled. Foul's going to go on number 2, Jet Job.
Well, Jonathan Dunn obviously looks at the Southeastern defense and sees the mismatch, and so he's able to drive to the lane with little resistance, and if he meets any, he's going to go to the line.
So Jonathan Dunn, the true freshman, the 75% free throw shooter, off on the first. Mr. Dunn had quite a few offers coming out of high school.
Now, one of them was to Shaka Smart at the University of Texas, so he turned that down in order to come to little old Bethany, so we're very grateful that he turned him down.
He's good on the second, and I was told that there were some eligibility issues with him at the end of the recruiting process, and a lot of teams just gave up on him and said they weren't going to take any interest in him. But man, what a player he is! As here comes SNU back the other way. Dunn's got it here. On the drive, flipped up with the right. What a pretty move from Jonathan Dunn.
Once again, he sees that mismatch, and all it takes is just a little itty-bitty head fake, and he's gone.
Jonathan Dunn, such a bright young man here, both on and off the court, as there's going to be a foul called, and it's going to go on Dunn. It'll be his first. As just the way Jonathan carries himself around campus, just a humble young guy. Head coach Adam Bohash will enjoy his company here in the next 3.5 years. 17-11 is our score. Savage Storm inbounding. Anton Cook's got it in the corner here. Checking into the game for the first time is Nathan Jackson for the Savage Storm. He's got the ball. Cook's got it. Cook on the drive on Portley. He draws C.J. White off of his feet, but Not sure what the call was down here. Our cameraman was in the way once again, but I believe Cook stepped out of bounds on the baseline there, so it'll go back to SNU. The story here, 5 team fouls for the Crimson Storm to the first 7 minutes. Savage Storm just have 1. C.J. White, right-hand hook, has it blocked. Taken by Kyle Roberts. Here comes Jet Jobe. Jobe looking inside to Lonzie, defended by C.J. White. He's doubled. Anton Cook now on the opposite baseline. Lonzie takes a mid-range jumper, and it's good. Tyler Lonzie 3 for 5 to start the game.
And that's what Southeastern's going to have to do to beat SNU. They're going to have to work it as long as they possibly can and find the best shot possible, as those mid-range jumpers are looking pretty good for the Savage Storm right now.
So the Savage Storm have it after the Portley missed 3. And Micah Spade is there to take the offensive foul. And we're going the other way.
And Spade looks like he'd been waiting there all day. He was waiting for it for a solid second before he finally got there. So great call by the official.
Micah Spade, the product of Putnam City High School, making a play for the Crimson Storm that leads us to a timeout on the floor. We'll take it with them. 17-13, Crimson Storm lead. We'll be right back here at SNUathletics.com. We're back here inside the Sawyer Center. A little full court pressure action here from Southeastern Oklahoma State. As SNU breaks it with ease as Chris Stevens is checked into the game for the first time for the Crimson Storm. The 6'4" redshirt freshman from Rowlett, Texas. Portley off a screen, takes a 3, and he knocks it down. Deshaun Portley, first made three-pointer of the game. So here's Lonzie backing down Noah Starkey. Quaylen Newton trying to poke his hands in there. Buckingham takes a 3. No good, and Chris Stevens skies for the defensive rebound. So you looking to push the issue here. Portley finds Starkey. He's doubled back out to Stevens. And Stevens on the drive is going to draw the foul, and he'll go to the free throw line.
Now Stevens against OBU, he was brought in early as well, and it seems to be the direction that Adam Bohosh wants to go in. And he was brought in, and he put up some pretty impressive numbers while he was checked into the game, putting up some early scores. So he can do a lot of damage for the SNU. He just needs to get out on the floor.
So Stevens off on the first one there as Anton Cook comes back into the game for Southeastern.
Now here's the thing with Stevens, however, even though he's very athletic and he is very young and he still needs to develop as a shooter, he's not really quite the offensive threat that Jonathan Dunn is right off the bat.
And on the other miss, Noah Starkey gets the offensive rebound and puts it in. So it's 22-13. as there's a whistle down here, and it's going to be, I believe, an offensive foul called on the Savage Storm. So just 9.5 minutes, just over 9 minutes into the half. SNU 10 of 15 to start the game. Red hot. They forced 4 turnovers as Starkey, the right-hand hook, off the mark, no good. Rebounded by Nathan Jackson. So here is Bobby Johnson into the game for the Savage Storm. And Johnson has it poked away, but it's going to be a foul called, I believe, it's going to go on Chris Stevens. So LB Willis checks into the game, replacing Micah Spate. So give you a reset. It's LB Willis, Deshaun Portley, Chris Stevens, Quaylen Newton, and Noah Starkey out there for the Crimson Storm. So they look inside to Lonzie. Up and in. What a move from Tyler Lonzie. He's got 8 points to lead the way for Southeastern. So on the drive, it's Quaylen Newton. He's fouled, and he gets the bucket to go. So Quaylen Newton making his presence felt early here. He goes to the line here. Newton is off on the free throw. It's a 9-point lead for SNU. Lonzie. Buckingham going to take a three, and it's blocked by Newton. What a heck of a defensive play. Back to the way Johnson misses. It goes off the foot of Anton Cook, and it'll go back to the Crimson Storm.
I don't even think that Quaylen Newton was expecting to block it. He just wanted to put a hand up in his face, make sure that the shot was contested, and he looked to be fading away as he came back down to the ground. I'm sure he was pleasantly surprised that ball hit his arm.
And I think Buckingham thought about passing that ball at the very last second, but saw how close Newton was and was kind of caught in no man's land there. As SNU will take possession of it here once again. Looks like the Savage Storm have switched to a zone defense here. Looks like a 2-3 or a 3-2 zone as Noah Starkey on the jump shot, no good. And there's that athleticism right there from Quaylen Newton, being able to just sky and get that offensive rebound.
Really bent his back in an awkward position and able to get around basically the entire backboard and get that rebound. And for the Crimson Storm faithful, it was kind of unfortunate that he got fouled, because here came Noah Starkey ready to put the flush down.
So Newton goes back to the line. He's 0 for 1. Now make it 0 for 2 as Tyler Lonzie and Jet Job check back into the game for the Savage Storm. So Newton good on the second to push the lead to double figures. First time it's been there all game. Jet Job on the mid-range jumper. It's good.
There was nobody within 5 feet of Jet Job. He just put that in, no problem.
Southeastern shooting 7 of 17 as Jonathan Dunn responds back the other way with a three-pointer. Jonathan Dunn now up to 10 points to lead the way for SNU. .11-point lead. Jackson with it. Finds Cook. Oh, and what a defensive play from Quaylen Newton. Out of bounds, and it'll go back to Southern Nazarene.
Well, there's a South in there somewhere, Tanner.
Yeah. as Quaylen Newton steps out and head coach Adam Bohash applauding Mr. Newton. And man, what a first half he's had. 5 points, 2 blocks, and 2 rebounds for Newton. CJ White back in, as it is a 2-3 zone now for Southeastern. 3-point attempt by Portley, no good. Right to CJ White, up and under move, no good. Gets his own rebound, and he finishes. CJ White. It's just been a heck of a half shooting the ball for SNU here. 59% from the field. They lead by 13. So James Donnellan on the back down little left-hand hook, no good. Portley the other way. Looking to make something happen here. 7.5 to play here in the half. Portley takes a 3. Yes, sir, Deshaun Portley. Second made three-pointer. He's got 6 points. Timeout, Kelly Green, and we'll take one with him. SNU jumps off to a 33-17 lead. We'll step aside here at SNUathletics.com. Welcome back here inside the Sawyer Center. It's a quick 6-0 run for SNU to jump off to its largest lead of the game. Here, 33-17. John, what's something that's kind of stuck out to you here on the early goings of this first half?
Well, it seems like the entire SNU team has just been on from the very beginning, from shooting the ball and from rebounding. The SNU just keeps getting offensive rebound after offensive rebound. As I said right there, they just have a keen sense of the ball. Alley-oop, baby.
Oh, man, that would have been a highlight play for sure as C.J. White is fouled on his way up, and he gets up laughing, as that could have been quite the finish from Mr. C.J. White.
I mean, just from the very get-go, SNU's just been able to hit shot after shot after shot. They're hitting just under 61% from the field, 50% from the three-point land. However, this is where they're having some trouble tonight. C.J. White puts the first one in. They're only 3 for 8 so far, shooting the free throws, shooting those give-me shots. So SNU going to have to improve on those.
Newton checks back in for Noah Starkey. He's good on the second. C.J. White goes 2 for 2, and the lead is up to 18.
And this is what I'm talking about, Tanner, right here. Offensive rebounds for SNU, 5 already in this game. 5 already. Usually you're lucky to get 5 in a game with offensive rebounds. And then SNU dominating the defensive boards as well, going 11 against 5.
So here's Anton Cook. Shot clock under 10 for the Savage Storm. Cook going to drive. Flipped up with the right, and he's going to draw the foul. And Adam Bohash having a word with the official over there, as I think Newton got him with the body there. Although he was straight up, I think he just got a little too aggressive and was too close to Cook. So Cook goes back to the line, 2 for 2 on the evening. Only 4 members of the Savage Storm have even scored, and Tyler Lonzie has 8 of the 17 points. Cook's good on the first, cut the lead to 17. Good on the second as Micah Spate checks back in for the Crimson Storm, replacing Deshaun Portley. So it's Micah Spate, L.B. Willis, Quaylen Newton, Jonathan Dunn, and C.J. White. So here comes SNU with the 16-point lead. Jonathan Dunn going to try a three. No good. There's a battle for the rebound. C.J. White collects it. SNU moves the ball. Willis slithers his way inside, and it's off the hands of Newton, going back to the Savage Storm. So here comes Cook on the drive, and it's good. Anton Cook making his presence felt now. He's up to 8 points for the Savage Storm. Under 6 to play in the first half. White cross-court pass to Spate. Finds Dunn in the corner, who tries a three. No good. Willis collects the offensive rebound. Oh, my goodness. Just stop it, LP Willis. That man is so elusive. (37-21), LB Willis with a heck of a play on the offensive side of the ball.
So that's 2 shots today that I'm kind of wondering how he got around the backboard and put it up for a basket.
Shot clock down to 6. Cook on the drive, working on White. He blocks it, and he's pushing the other way. Here comes Jonathan Dunn, side stepping, fouled, and he'll get free throws. And, man, I'll tell you what, I don't know if there's another team in the conference who's more electric on the fast break than the SNU Crimson Storm.
Well, you already know that something might go down if SNU gets a head of steam going with Jonathan Dunn, who can explode, Quaylen Newton, who can straight up jump out of the gym, C.J. White, who can do the same. So free throw goes straight, and then L.B. Willis, who can just punch it on any given steal. And then there's Noah Starkey, and Noah Starkey can do it just on a regular play. So with SNU, whenever they get a head of steam going in any sort of way, you're immediately thinking fireworks.
So many playmakers for this SNU Crimson Storm team, as it's evident here in the first half as Dunn makes both free throws, and the lead is back up to 18 for the Crimson Storm. As Riccio has it back in the game. Cook. Ball tipped away, and it's going to stay with the Savage Storm as Deshaun Portley set to check back in for L.B. Willis.
Speaking of L.B. Willis, you could see that he had a punch in his mind as he tipped that ball away. He was ready to go the opposite direction.
So shot clock down to 5 here for the Savage Storm. Cook on the drive. Good defense by Kankenpaw. Offensive rebound down there by Dino Muvanovic from Bosnia. I believe I pronounced that correctly. Muvanovic, 6'10", comes in just his 13th played game this season. Averaging just about 6 minutes a game on the season. And he's good on the first. Savage Storm perfect on all 5 of their free throw attempts here in the first half, and now make it 6 as the lead is 16 now, under 5 minutes to play. Just 2 turnovers for SNU here in the first half, which head coach Jano Boash has got to love. And when you have 2 turnovers and they're shooting 57% from the field, John, I mean, you can't be complaining much if you're out on Boash. And just as I say that, here's the 3rd turnover. Just like in golf when the announcers bring up some stat of some player putting from 5 feet away, and sure enough, the next putt, they miss it.
Or, in baseball, you're thinking, oh, we're going to be, the game is going to go like this, and then it ends up going the exact opposite way you expect.
So Munenkovic takes a 3, no good. Blocked by Kankenpaw down there, but collected by number 22, Kyle Roberts, who puts it in for his first field goal.
So the Bosnian versus the Finnish.
39-25. Jonathan Dunn looking inside, trying to find somebody. Kankenpaw. Portley. C.J. White. What a pass from C.J. White to Portley. My goodness. That pocket looked just big enough to fit the basketball in, and man, C.J. White found it. 16-point lead once again for SNU. So here's Cook. Going to try a three-pointer from the left wing, and he got it. Anton Cook, now 1 for 2 from three-point range. First player in Southeastern Oklahoma State to reach double figures. He's got 11 to lead the way for them. Jonathan Dunn leads the way for SNU with 12. Crimson Storm looking to move the ball. Dunn pulls up from the mid-range. No good. More offensive rebounds for the Crimson Storm. And, man, this is ball tipped out of play, and will go back to the Savage Storm. So after that couple of battle for the boards down there, there's a timeout on the floor, and we'll take one with them. 2:32 left in the first half inside the Sawyer Center. SNU with a 41-28 lead. We'll be right back here at SNUathletics.com. We're back here inside the Sawyer Center. Just 2.5 minutes to play here in the first half. Savage Storm looking to build some momentum here heading into the break. Shot from the corner, it's Riccio, and oh my goodness, how did he get that thing to fall? Fading out of bounds. That's Riccio's second made three-pointer of the half.
Well, that's a big one too, Tanner, as it cuts it back down to a 10-point lead. I mean, Southeastern, don't count them out just yet.
So here's Newton, who just checked back into the game. Shot clock down to 6. That's Willis who tries a three, and my goodness, he gets his own offensive rebound, goes in and draws the foul. I mean, John, you just cannot, you cannot put LB's athleticism on a scale. I mean, if there's any kind of scale that shows athleticism, LB's athleticism goes 8 notches above it.
I'm sure. I mean, LB Willis has shown it day in and day out why he's the senior leader of this basketball team, and and just right there, it may look like the play's over and he'll just shoot in there and get an offensive rebound, and we're off to another different kind of play entirely.
No good on the second, as here comes the Savage Storm, and it looks like President Dr. Gresham has just entered the building here to catch the second half of this ball game. The president, be his final semester here under the realm of SNU. Three-point attempt on the left wing, no good by Kyle Roberts. So here comes Newton back the other way, up with the left, and he draws the foul. So Quaylen Newton will go back to the free throw line where he's 1 of 3. You know, John, I think the only downside of this first half that you can point out from SNU is what they've done at the free throw line in the first half. Just 7 of 13.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's not like the best. It's not the best stats in the world, as SNU is usually so good from the charity stripe. But whenever you're shooting 51% or just over 51.5% from the field and 33% from the making a third of your three-pointers, I mean, I think that you don't really have to rely on the charity points very much.
That is true. They've had 15 tries and converted 9 of them now, as 1 minute to play here in the first half. As Savage Storm, Riccio on the drive, pulls up, and they're going to call an offensive foul. Riccio just extended that forearm to create some space. And it'll go back to SNU as Tyler Lonzi set to check back in. No, excuse me, that is number 40, Jose Lubiano checking in. Lubiano, the 6'9 junior from Brazil. Spate. Newton with it, takes a mid-range jumper. No good. Riccio rebounds, and so there's about a 5-second difference now between the shot clock and game clock. Oh, and LB Willis nearly pokes it away, but they're going to call. Oh, they're going to call a offensive foul on the Savage Storm. It'll lead to a quick timeout. We'll keep it right here for you. Some other games around the GAC. Just behind SNU in the standings is number 5, Harding in the conference. They lead Henderson State 43-30. East Central, who's ranked number 3 in the conference, right above SNU, has a 45-31 lead over Northwestern Oklahoma State. Oklahoma Baptist leads Southwestern Oklahoma State 39-28. Arkansas Tech, second in the conference, leads Arkansas Monticello, who's top of the conference, 37-28. And Ouachita Baptist leads Southern Arkansas 31-27.
Well, that game in Russellville with the Wonder Boys and the Boll Weevils is a huge one between number 1 and number 2. And as you're seeing right here, Arkansas Tech jumping ahead in senior night.
SNU has got, they are currently 3.5 games behind East Central for that 3 seed. So we'll keep an eye on that East Central game, but they got things under control as of right now in Alva. So if SNU wants to maybe move up a spot before the end of the year to number 3 seed going into the tournament, they'll have to have some help from ECU losing, but nonetheless, a 4 seed is a good position to be in as Jonathan Dunn takes a shot, no good. Libiano on the rebound, and man, he traveled, but they didn't call it. But that's it for the first half here inside the Sawyer Center. SNU with a 44-31 lead. It was a good first half, and we'll take a break, and when we come back, we'll break down that first half and give our thoughts on the second half right here on SNUathletics.com. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to SNUathletics.com. It's halftime of the men's game. Southern Nazarene holds a 44-31 lead over the Savage Storm of Southeastern Oklahoma State. John, what's kind of something that stuck out to you in that first half?
Well, to me, it's all about how SNU's been performing from the paint. I mean, or not the paint, but just the field in general. They are shooting just under 50% at 48.5% in this game, 16 for 33, as opposed to Southeastern, who is nowhere near those numbers. They've only made 11 shots today, and they have taken just as many three-pointers as they've made baskets, and they are only shooting 3 of 11 for 27%. SNU, on the other hand, I mean, not much better. They're making a third of theirs at 33.3%. SNU really kicked up the free throw numbers just a little bit as they got up to 60%. Southeastern is perfect from the line, but SNU is just making more opportunities and getting to the line easier. They're just playing on a whole other level on offense. And like you're saying, that really shines on the rebound side. They have 10 offensive rebounds already in this game, and they add 13 defensive rebounds to that. That's a 23-14 difference. So I mean, SNU is just on a whole other level on the offensive side of the ball compared to the Savage Storm. And if the Savage Storm want to come back in this game, they're going to have to really get more physical against, frankly, a much bigger SNU team.
Yeah, we'll see if they can get that done. Speaking of Dunn, Jonathan Dunn leads the way for SNU. 12 points, 3 assists, 2 rebounds for the true freshman. Deshaun Portley had 8 points, 2 rebounds. L.B. Willis and Quayla Newton each with 7 points apiece, and C.J. White with 4. Noah Starkey had 6. Anton Cook led the way for Southeastern with 11 points. Tyler Lonzie had 8. And as you said, the hot shooting from SNU, 48% in that first half. Southeastern just 36%, so we'll see if they can come back here in the second half early and make this thing interesting, or if SNU can pull something away. John, what's something you're looking for here early on the second half from SNU to get them going and maybe pull away?
Well, for SNU, it's all about keep doing what you're doing, and by that you mean you got to get Jonathan Dunn reintroduced into the offense, get him working a whole lot more, get him moving to the basket a little bit more. Otherwise, Deshaun Portley, have him keep shooting from the three-pointers. He took 4 shots, made 2 of them. I mean, he's going to make more three-pointers as we go forward. LB Willis on the other end, he's doing exactly what we knew that he can do, which was be an absolute monster on the defensive side, causing a whole lot of disruptions. But once again, I mean, it's all about. I mean, they're playing some great basketball inside, and they are working. They have some big bodies working it inside the paint. And like I said, if Southeastern wants to stay in this game, they're going to have to play some incredibly more physical basketball in the second half, or else they might as well just take the trip to Durant early.
We'll see if they can get it done. It's 44-31, about 3 minutes away from the start of the second half here on SNUathletics.com. We'll be right back. Play back in action here inside the Sawyer Center. Jet Job's got it for the Savage Storm. We're looking for a new revamped second half that's going to get them back into the ball game, as Jonathan Dunn is going to pick up a foul here at about the NCAA logo out here. And that's Jonathan Dunn's third personal foul. So he will have to be extremely careful. Cook's got it, finds Lonzy. Riccio takes a three, and he gets it to go. Gianpaolo Riccio from Italy. That's 3 3-pointers he's hit. He's got 9 points. Willis pulls up from the mid-range. He got it, L.B. Willis.
Now that's making something out of nothing, as that ball was almost taken away. He just found a spot.
So the lead back up to 12 here. Anton Cook. Riccio with the lift fake, tries to find Cook, who takes a three, and he got it. 2 for 2 from three-point range. Southeastern Oklahoma State back down to a single-digit game. Willis hesitated on that three. They find Newton, spins to the right, up, no good, but it's Noah Starkey there with the two-handed putback.
He put that thing with a little bit of anger in his eyes. He saw that coming out. He's like, no.
On the drive, Buckingham finds Lonzy. Back out to Buckingham on the corner. Rattles around, no good. Portley with his third rebound. Finds Jonathan Dunn in the corner for three, no good. Ball tipped away. Willis almost comes with it, and it's going to stay back with the SNU Crimson Storm. Man, L.B. Willis, he's just a craftsman out there on the court.
And he just won't give up on a play. I mean, and SNU's really going to need that as they come towards the nitty-gritty at the end of the schedule. And as they look towards Bartlesville for that GAC tournament coming up, and L.B. Willis, being a super senior himself, will be done after this year.
Yeah, SNU has quite a few seniors on the squad as Portley takes a three. No good. Riccio on the rebound, poked away by Newton, who goes after it over here, and Adam Bohosh is loving the effort from Quaylen Newton.
And that scores table on our side of the court just took a pounding.
Quaylen Newton, 6'3", 210, came barreling through down there. There's, I believe, it's a Southeastern rider down there that had to get out of the way down there on the side of the scores table as they're wiping up. I think he had a water bottle over there that fell off the table. So they get the floor dry, and we're ready to go once again. As the SNU student section getting a little creative over there. It's an 11-point lead for SNU. Lonzy back out to Cook, drives on Starkey, and he's hit and converts the bucket with the foul. It's going on Noah Starkey, his second.
And I've noticed with Southeastern this half, they have really amped up their offensive efficiency. They're putting the bucket in. They're putting the ball in the bucket more times on more attempts.
No good from Cook on the trying to convert the three-point play, but it's a 9-point lead. Portley on the drive. He's hit, and he's fouled, and he gets the bucket to go back the other way. Deshaun Portley. So the foul goes on Lonzy, his third, as Micah Spate checks back in for Jonathan Dunn. Deshaun Portley's first trip to the free throw line. And he converts. The senior with 11 points. Here's Riccio on the drive. Nearly gets it poked away by Portley, but he got a little too aggressive. As the foul goes on Portley, his first. Third team foul in the first 3 minutes. So that's not something SNU needs to do, is pick up a bunch of fouls and allow Southeastern to get to the line to come back in it. Ball tipped away. Quaylen Newton, look out, folks. With the one-handed jam. And that is just a glimmer, just a little smidgen of the athleticism of Quaylen Newton right there. The scoop and score all by himself as Buckingham on the drive is fouled. It's going to go on. Quaylen Newton, his second. So Newton's got 9 points now and 3 rebounds, 2 blocks and a steal. Stuff in the stat sheet here. Buckingham good on the first as number 40, Jose Libiano, checks back in for Southeastern. And C.J. White comes back in for Quaylen Newton, who gets applauded by head coach Adam Boash and the rest of his teammates over there on the bench. No good on the second for Buckingham, so it's a 53-40 lead. Back to the zone is Southeastern. Willis. Shot clock down to 10. He drives, he flips it up, and there's going to be a foul on the drive on Southeastern. It's going to go on Buckingham, his third. So they'll reset the shot clock. Willis. Portley in the corner tries a three. No good. White had a rebound, but he got it blocked out of his hands. Here comes Cook the other way. Pulls up from the mid-range. He's fouled by Micah Spate. And that'll send Anton Cook back to the free throw line. Cook's 4 of 5 this evening from the line. And that'll lead us to a timeout on the floor. 15:45 left in the ball game. SNU leads 53-40. We'll be right back here at SNUathletics.com. We're back with Anton Cook at the free throw line. 4 of 5 this evening. Good on the first. As Anton Cook is now up to 17 points to lead the way for the Savage Storm. He comes in averaging 17. So that'll boost his average just a little bit. The lead is 11, as Southeastern has outscored SNU 10-9 so far in the first 4.5 minutes, excuse me. SNU trying to move the ball against this zone, 2-3 zone defense from Southeastern. Willis going to take a three. You bet, LB Willis. 1 for 2 from 3. He's up to double figure scoring now. That's now 3 players from SNU in double figures. Him and Dunn lead the way with 12. And CJ White upset he didn't get that steal. But nonetheless, it was a good defensive play. He'll stay with the Savage Storm. Cook pulls up from the baseline. No good. There's a battle for it, and Libiano is going to be hit with the personal foul for Southeastern. Noah Starkey was in the correct position. And now that's 3 team fouls for Southeastern, 5 for the Crimson Storm this half. So the rest really have not been letting them play so far in this one, with a combined 27 free throw attempts from the 2 teams so far. Willis going to take another 3. Uh-oh, he's heating up, folks. LB Willis, back-to-back 3-pointers. He's got 15. The lead is back up to 17 here. We're still early in the second half, too, as back the other way, it's Jet Job who comes back with a 3 of his own. He's got 5 points. Willis. Heat check time for Willis. Another 3, no good. Rebounded by C.J. White. So another offensive rebound. You talked about it at halftime, John, how important it was, as Micah Spate tries to throw Noah Starkey an oop and it goes out of play. You talked about how important the offensive rebounding was going to be and how much of a factor it's become. And, man, we've seen it so far. That's carried on into the second half as well.
Well, Southeastern's offensive rebound number stayed the same from the end of halftime, but SNU has added 2 more, and we add about 5 more in general, as they now have 28 rebounds already so far. I mean, they are 11 rebounds ahead of Southeastern, so it just goes to show just how physical SNU is underneath that basket.
Kevin Buckingham gets a layup back the other way to cut the lead to 12 as we're 6.5 minutes in. Spate has his pass knocked away, gets it back, finds Portley on the wing for 3. Nothing but net. Deshaun Portley. 3 of 7 from 3. He's got 14. Man, SNU has come out firing, shooting that ball in the second half. 3 of 7. Jet Job tries another 3, poked away. Anton Cook going to try his luck, and he gets it to go. Anton Cook, 3 of 4 from 3. He's got 21 points. So Southeastern is up their shooting percentage to 43%, but they haven't been able to cut into the lead very much at all, as Bobby Johnson checks back in, the freshman from Atoka, Oklahoma. Portley going to take another 3. Why not? My goodness, John, this 3-point barrage just continues for SNU.
Well, SNU has just jumped up their 3-point percentage to 41%, which is, in terms of 3-point shooting, pretty good.
Portley's got 17 now, 4 3-pointers he's hit, 4 of 8 total. On the drive, stolen by Spate. Here they come in transition. They find Portley, and why not? Let's try for another. Short off the front of the rim, back the other way. They find Johnson, and he gets it to go.
After Sean Portley turned his head around a half second before or after he initially did, he may come up with a steal there, but nevertheless, that's just a good little snowbird pass. I mean, not much you can do about that one.
The lead is 13, tipped away by Job out of bounds, and that'll lead us to immediate timeout on the floor. 65-52. It's been a three-point shooting festival here inside the Sawyer Center in the second half. SNU leads 65-52. We'll be right back here at SNUathletics.com. It's going to be SNU ball coming out of this timeout here. Down on their end of the basket. They lead by 13, 65-52. As here's Spate with it. Finding Kankenpaw, who just checked into the game. CJ White collects it, has it blocked. And here come the Savage Storm, hot back the other way in transition. Libiano backing down. The layup, fouled and counted for Jose Libiano, the junior from Brazil. I think we mentioned it earlier. He comes in averaging about 11 minutes a game off the bench, 2 points and 2 rebounds. And so far, Libiano with 2 points and a couple of rebounds. So he's got his average as a host of SNU Crimson Storm players back in. It's Jonathan Dunn, Noah Starkey, and LB Willis all checking back in for the Crimson Storm. 10-point lead here, 9 minutes in. Savage Storm continue to sit in this zone. As Noah Starkey, the jump hook no good, Libiano rebounds.
Now here's what Southeastern needs to continue to do is missing that layup. They need to keep it close. I mean, 10 minutes left, they're only down 10 points. Is exactly where they need to keep it and then make a move with about 5 minutes left.
Good ball movement from SNU. Spate going to take a three, no good. Starkey gets the offensive rebound, up with the right, no good. Just unfortunate there. SNU couldn't convert that on the second chance look. Bobby Johnson here on the right wing. We got 10 minutes to play here inside the Sawyer Center. Job is tripped on his drive by Micah Spate. And so the third person, that's the third team foul, is there must have been some error earlier with the team fouls because earlier it had SNU with 5. As I think that's actually what they're discussing right now. As the team fouls got mixed up earlier, Once again, we're not going to mention any names who's down there doing the scoring on the scoreboard. Zach Friesen. They got it figured out now, and that was the 7th team foul, so it'll be free throws the rest of the way for the Savage Storm. He's off on the 1-and-1. Here come the Crimson Storm. Starkey. So you're moving the ball, finds Kankenpaw in the corner. Starkey spins to his right with the right, no good. Willis gets his hand on it, but can't corral it. So John SNU's offense has gone kind of quiet the last few minutes. What a block from Jonathan Dunn. And here they come pushing the other way.
And like I was saying earlier, Tanner, I mean, this is all Southeastern needs to do. They just need to keep it close. Around 10 points, 10 to 15 point margin, and then with about 5 minutes left, make a big move to try and retake that lead. They are far from out of this game.
So the officials are once again discussing something at the scorer's table. And I think it had to do with the shot clock. So they'll reset. Spate going to try a three-pointer from the right wing. And there's going to be a loose ball foul. That's going to go on Quaylen Newton, his third. So that will send Jet Job to the free throw line for Southeastern, where he is a 75% free throw shooter. He's got 5 points and now make it 6 as Deshaun Portley comes back into the game, replacing Micah Spate. So he's good on the second, 65-57, and Southeastern's making this thing interesting here. So SNU trying to move the ball here. Portley tries a cross-court pass to Dunn. It's picked off by Cook. Johnson backed it away, loses control of it. Man, SNU caught a break there. That could have been another layup. So nonetheless, head coach Adam Bohash is over here just telling his guys to move the ball. He's yelling, keep moving it. That's what you got to do against a 2-3 zone, is keep that thing moving and getting that thing to the high post. As Willis with it here, they're trying to look inside. Find Portley. Into Starkey, the right hand, no good.
And Southeastern seems to have a lockdown on Starkey, as he hasn't made a field goal in quite a while.
Lonzie on the baseline here. It's an 8-point game, 8 minutes to play. Three-point attempt by Job, off the front of the rim, but Anton Cook is there for the offensive rebound. Just seems like the momentum has just shifted now to Southeastern. Mid-range jumper from Anton Cook is good. And now we've got a 6-point lead. 23 points for Anton Cook, and that leads to a Adam Bohash timeout, and we'll take it with him. 7:23. Southeastern's making this thing interesting. SNU leads by 6. We'll be right back here at SNUathletics.com. .720 left here inside the Sawyer Center. SNU trying to get their offense back in rhythm here. It's gone stagnant the last few minutes. Shot clock down to 10. LB Willis with a pretty move, but doesn't quite go in. The foul and the bucket for C.J. White, and that couldn't have come at a more opportune time.
That was just a strong-willed basket by C.J. White. He knew that his offense had not been working very often. He just reached inside of himself to will his body to get that rebound and the putback.
That leads us to a media timeout on the floor, and we'll step aside. Actually, we'll keep it right here for you on SNUathletics.com. Some other scores around the conference. Harding leads Henderson State 64-58, 7:44 left in that one. Northwestern Oklahoma State trails East Central 76-58, 4:20 left in that game. Arkansas Tech and Arkansas Monticello, the two top teams in the conference, battling it out in Russellville. Arkansas Tech leads that one by 10, 66-56, 10 minutes left in that one. And over in Arkadelphia, Ouachita Baptist leads Southern Ark 60-55, 9:20 left. And out in Weatherford, Oklahoma Baptist leads Southwestern Oklahoma State 92-77 with a minute 13 left in that ball game. So they're going to come away with that one. Oklahoma Baptist has won just two games all year in the conference. So that'll be a huge win for them. And of course, we've got our game here inside the Sawyer Center, 67-59. C.J. White at the free throw line, no good. And there's going to be a foul called, I believe, on Southeastern. Excuse me, it's on SNU. Quaylen Newton, that's his 4th personal foul, so he'll go take a seat. And that's a 1-on-1 situation now, and that's not what SNU needs here with an 8-point lead, is to put them on the line. So Libiano off on the second after converting the first. Back to the 2-3 zone. Willis looking to make something happen. Jonathan Dunn, step back three as shot clock was expiring. What an offensive rebound for C.J. White. Keeping that thing alive. Willis finds Portley on the right wing. Another offensive rebound. This time it's Dunn. Gets it back out to Portley, and they'll reset once again. Oh, and L.B. Willis tries to find Dunn in the corner. It's picked away. Cook back the other way. Pull up three in transition. My goodness. It is a 4-point game here inside the Sawyer Center. They have outscored SNU 32-23 in the second half. And back the other way comes the Savage Storm. Buckingham on the drive, has it poked away, but there's a foul called on Deshaun Portley, and that's more free throws upcoming. And I'll tell you, you can just about hear a pin drop here inside the Sawyer Center. It has quieted down over the last 5 or so minutes as SNU has seen their 18-point lead dwindle down to 4 here as Noah Starkey comes back in for Anton Kankenpaw, as well as Micah Spate coming back in for L.B. Willis. So it's a one-possession game here inside the Sawyer Center. 5.5 to play. SNU's just trying to decipher this is 2-3 zone here as Jonathan Dunn takes a mid-range jumper, no good. Buckingham on the rebound. They just haven't had an answer for it in the second half, John.
Well, it's been quite a while since they've even made a field goal. And SNU's just gone cold after starting the game off so hot from the shooting.
Indeed, they have. Their 9 of 27 in the second half as three-pointer by Anton Cook is good, and it's a 1-point game. And, man, Southeastern could not have asked for a better time to get hot from the field. They trail by 1 with 4.5 to play. Portley going to try a three-pointer. No good. Buckingham rebounds. And there is a whistle. And I think it was just an inadvertent whistle. And indeed it was. It was an inadvertent whistle by the official over there. It'll still be Savage Storm ball. And it actually, what they corrected was the shot attempt by Cook. They originally ruled it a 2, but they ruled it now a three-pointer. And it's now tied at 67. Cook goes inside, draws the foul. Deshaun Portley picks up his third.
Well, Cook has brought back the Savage Storm all by himself. 29 points already. 3 rebounds, 6 for 7 from the free throw, 5 of 6 shooting from beyond the arc. He misses the first.
Off on the first as L.B. Willis set the check back in. So we are in for an exciting 4 minutes of action here inside the Sawyer Center. Misses both free throws, but it's tipped out by Buckingham. Three-point attempt from Cook, and oh my goodness, he's fouled by Willis on the three-point attempt. And they're going to say it was a 3-point shot attempt. So that'll lead us to a timeout on the floor. Tied up at 67. We'll be right back here at SNUathletics.com. Welcome back to SNUathletics.com. It has been a very strange last couple of minutes, as seems to be that the lid is on the basket for SNU on the other end, while Southeastern has just made shot after shot, has come back to tie the game, and now has taken the lead. Good on the second. He's got 3 shot attempts here after LB Willis just nudged his arm. And 70-67. This is the first lead of the ball game since Southeastern led early on in this game. I believe it was 5-2. Three-point attempt in the corner from Willis is no good. So here's Cook. Finds Buckingham, takes a three-pointer, no good. Tipped out by Johnson. Cook on the drive. Good defense from Starkey, but Libiano's right there to put it in. 5-point lead for Southeastern.
Now SNU just needs a quick bucket. It doesn't have to be a three-pointer. It just has to be quick to the point, straight to the rack. And I would be looking for Starkey here, but they've had him locked down.
In the corner, finds Starkey, spins back to the left. Jump shot, no good. It's a 5-point lead here. Two and a half to play. SNU is going to have to get something going here on the offensive side. We're going to have to look this up and see when exactly it was that SNU last scored. Cook tries a three-pointer, no good. As the last made field goal came with 7 minutes and 32 seconds left in the game. It's been almost 5.5 minutes, John, since SNU's put the ball in the bucket.
And that's no way to win a ball game. You've got to go on and you've got to make something happen. And right now, I mean, with SNU, they're trying to take too many difficult outside perimeter shots. And Noah Starkey is fading away at every chance he gets. He needs to find a way to take it strong whenever he gets on a post like that.
Willis good on the first, and so Starkey will check out. So Willis converts both free throws, and he's got 17. It's a 3-point game, 2 minutes to play. Student section coming alive. C.J. White with a big steal for the Crimson Storm. Portley finds Dunn, takes a three, bang! Jonathan Dunn ties the game. Oh, and on the pass, it's kicked by L.B. Willis. It's going to stay with the Savage Storm. What a big shot from Jonathan Dunn, the true freshman. Said, give me all 3 of those. He's got 15 points. It's his first bucket of the second half, and it couldn't have come at a bigger time. And we're going to keep it right here. Portley and Willis lead the way scoring with 17 apiece for the Crimson Storm. Jonathan Dunn with 15, as we just mentioned. Newton with 9. That was Jonathan Dunn's second made three-pointer. As Anton Cook back the other way for Southeastern, John. The only player in double-figure scoring is Cook. He's got 32 points.
Well, normally you'd be thinking, there's only one player on the opposing team with double-digit scoring. Well, when that person has 32 points, you don't really need a whole lot of other people in double digits. I mean, he's putting on a show, and SMU just can't seem to stop him. And a lot of that's coming from the tip-out rebounds that his teammates are getting on those inside shots. He's out there waiting on the sides for that open three-pointer, in which he's making. I mean, right here I'm looking at it. Cook's made 5 for 7 three-pointers in this game.
He has been very good this evening inside the Sawyer Center. Student sections come alive here for the final 92 seconds and counting. Shot clock down to 5 for the Savage Storm. Cook tries a three. Front of the rim, no good. Jonathan Dunn with a huge rebound. Here they come back the other way. Portley's going to try a three. Kaboom! Deshaun Portley. Three-point lead for the Crimson Storm.
So we go from an ice-cold young freshman to an ice-cold senior with leadership skills. I mean, that's impressive.
1 minute to play. Timeout called by the Savage Storm. So you get one dagger from the freshman, as you mentioned, and one dagger from the senior. Heck of a shot from Portley. He's up to 20 points for the game. Crimson Storm have now made 9 three-pointers in the ball game. And I know head coach Adam Boash is over there saying, give us a stop right here.
I'm sure that if SMU comes away with this win, he'll slightly forgive his team for letting the Savage Storm come back from such a large deficit. But I'm sure Adam Boash is a little bit disappointed. I mean, I don't want to say disappointed, but disheartened by letting Southeastern come back in. But I'm sure he's happy right now.
At this point in the game, I think head coach Adam Boash, all he wants is a win, no matter how they get it.
Right.
Now, granted, it might be ugly. They do come out with this one. It could be an ugly win with how they've played in the second half, but nonetheless, any win, as he said in so many interviews post-game, any win in this conference is a big win. So many good teams. Out of the timeout, Jet Job's got it. Buckingham tries a three. Newton on the rebound, and he's fouled.
Big time shots coming up here for Quaylon Newton as they're going to bring up the 1-on-1.
And so I'm actually not sure why the Savage Storm elected to foul, because there's still 46 seconds left in this ball game, and all they really needed was one stop on the defensive side. But nonetheless, they foul Quaylon Newton, who Newton comes into the game as a 59% free throw shooter. He's good on the first.
Well, that foul by Southeastern, that's just lack of game. That's just lack of game scenario. You need to know what kind of situation you're in. you need to know like how many fouls you have. You need to know what the time is. I mean, you can't just go willy-nilly. I mean, I know Quaylon Newton was seemingly all alone on a streak, but he had defenders.
So Newton off on the second. C.J. White battling for it. Who's going to win it? It's C.J. White. Oh, dear, but he throws it away. Newton collects it. Oh, man, what a wild sequence. And C.J. White, the senior leadership. So the foul is going to go on Riccio, and that will send Deshaun Portley to the free throw line. 1 for 1 this evening. 37 seconds to play. He's off. So the Storm, Savage Storm, have life as they're going to need a quick bucket here. Poked away by Willis, and it'll stay with Southeastern. So 30 seconds left. I'm not sure why the shot clock says 30. I don't know if they ever started it. It shouldn't say 30. The shot clock should read about 23, or they're going to put 24 on. So they'll need a quick bucket. Buckingham off the screen. It's Cook on the drive. Gets it to go. Cook, 10 of 18 from the field, 34 points. 2-point game, 20 seconds to go. We'll take a quick timeout, and we'll be right back here at SNUathletics.com for the last 20 seconds. Welcome back here. 20 seconds remain in the ball game. As on the inbounds pass, it's tipped, but it goes right to Portley. And Southeastern's got a foul. They find Starkey. Jonathan Dunn going to dribble it out, and he's fouled. So, man, I'll tell you what, John, that inbounds pass from Micah Spate that got tipped, they are very lucky that Deshaun Portley was right there for it to fall right into his lap.
Well, that's big time for Deshaun Portley to have the situational awareness to know where the ball is. I mean, that's huge. If Portley doesn't know what's going on during the play, Southeastern Oklahoma State, they have a chance to tie it for sure and possibly pull out a win with a three-point shot by Cook, but big free throws for Jonathan Dunn.
He's 3 of 4 on the night, the true freshman. Good on the first, and just like we had anticipated, you cut his arm open there, and you won't see blood, you'll see ice in those veins.
And I keep saying it, it's a scary thing for reality and for the teams in the JAC to wrap their head around, but he's a freshman. And not only he's not a redshirt freshman, he's a true freshman.
Cook on the shot, no good. Rebound the other way. Here comes Newton, and he will dribble it out, and SNU survives in the Sawyer Center. Head coach Kelly Green and the Southeastern Oklahoma State Savage Storm provide a valiant second-half comeback, scoring 43 points and taking the lead at one point, but it's not enough as SNU comes back and pulls out the W. They move to 14-10 on the year, 11-7 in the Great American Conference, while Southeastern falls to 9-16 overall, 5-14 in the conference.
Well, Harding is going to pull away with a win against Henderson State tonight. So once again, it's a battle for that fourth place spot between SNU and Harding, and it's going to come down to the final games of the season. And SNU, as like the girls, they're going to go to Ada on Saturday for a big game against East Central, which, to be perfectly honest, had SNU's number in the Sawyer Center last time they played.
So Southeastern was led by Anton Cook, who had one heck of a game, 34 points, 3 rebounds, 5 of 9 shooting from three-point range. Only member of the Savage Storm in double-figure scoring. Tyler Lonzi finished with 8 points. Jet Job had 7. Riccio had 9. Savage Storm finished shooting the game 45%, 39% from 3. They turned the ball over 11 total times. SNU was led by Deshaun Portley, 20 points, 5 of 12 from 3. The three-pointer to put them up by 3. Late in the game was probably the biggest shot of the game. L.B. Willis and Jonathan Dunn each have 17 points. Dunn has 7 rebounds, 3 assists. C.J. White with 6 points, and how about this, John? 14 rebounds off of the bench for head coach Adam Bohash, 3 assists. What more can you say about that, and what's something you take away from this game?
Well, I want to brag about C.J. White for a second. If C.J. White does not come up with that big-time rebound and putback and one opportunity late in the game with about 4 minutes left, if he doesn't come up with that, SNU very well loses this game. He willed himself to get that rebound and put it back up to spark up the offense again. And once again, we have to compliment Deshaun Portley for his senior leadership and Jonathan Dunn. And you said it. I don't think that blood is in his veins. I think it's all ice cold. So he may not even be alive. He's playing so good.
It's a big win for SNU. They take it 78-74. We'll step aside. When we come back, we'll have an interview with our player of the game as well as head coach Adam Bohash. We'll be right back here at SNUathletics.com. Welcome back to SNUathletics.com. Here with the player of the game, Deshaun Portley. Deshaun, they battled back in the second half there, made it a game, and they really kind of brought out the best in you guys from what I thought. What do you guys felt like you did in those final 3-4 minutes to make sure you guys got the win?
No, like LB said it well in one of our huddles. When they started to hit their run, I think they tied it up. L said we need to win a game like this. Where it was just going against us. They had it running. It was like against all odds against us. But you got to find something deep down to just pull those wins out. So I'm glad for the team effort and just glad we got this win today. So.
Talk about C.J. White, his transition of kind of moving to the bench. This past couple of games, he had 6 points, 14 rebounds off the bench. Talk about how his mentality may have changed or kind of helped you guys a little bit.
I mean, that's a senior mentality for you right there. I mean, I feel like any other school or any other, when the senior has to take a spot on the bench, not saying sometimes they can let it down play their game, but I mean, CJ, he came out with the same intensity. He set the tone for us. He gave us that little boost we needed off the bench. So I mean, that's the senior mindset, and that just trickles down to all of us. So, congrats to him.
You guys got a tough game now on coming up on Saturday against East Central at their place. What do you guys feel like you can work on from now until then to get ready for them?
Well, the East Central they play completely different than what Southeastern. Southeastern they take their time, set up some sets. East Central they get in and go. So. Pretty similar like us, but so it should be a good game. This is another game we need to prove to ourselves we can win another road win. You know what I'm saying? Against a tough team, tough opponent. So looking forward to it.
Looking forward to seeing you play on Saturday and down in Ada.
Yes,
so we'll take a break. We come back. We'll have head coach Adam Boash right after the break.
Okay, good talk.